Good afternoon, and welcome to the Tuesday, December 20th, 2022, Tompkins County Legislature. It's 5:30. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Roll call of members, please.
Veronica Pillar.
Here.
Lee Shirtliff.
Here.
Mike Sigler.
Here.
Travis Brooks.
Here.
Randy Brown.
Here.
Amanda Champion.
Here.
Deborah Dawson.
Here.
Rich John.
Here.
Dan Klein.
Here.
Ann Corman.
Here.
Mike Lane.
Here.
Greg Mezzi.
Here.
Shauna Black.
Here.
We have 13 members present.
Thank you. I would like to welcome everyone this evening. We're here to celebrate a few different reasons. First, I would like to bring attention that our clerk, Kathy Covert, this is going to be her last meeting after many, many years with us. So I promised her I wouldn't embarrass her or make her cry this evening. But we are here to celebrate her, and so for everyone in the audience, we're going to have some proclamations that were written by legislators. But I would actually like to have Anna Kellis, Assembly Member Anna Kellis, start first with a proclamation that she wrote.
Good evening, everyone. Such a pleasure to be back and see you all. So, Kathy, I'm gonna start out with the formal and end with just my informal. But I wanted to start by offering you a New York State Assembly proclamation, fitting your stature and experience, expertise, and passion for all of us. So, thank you. Whereas Kathy Covert has throughout her 36-year career with Tompkins County been an exceptional leader and an asset to the community, beginning her career as page for the Tompkins County Library before being hired as a stenographer for the county in 1986. Then in June 1991 was appointed acting clerk of the Board of Representatives, and 1 month later was appointed clerk, which doesn't surprise me at all that it took only 1 month. Thereafter, leading by example, she created a solution-focused team atmosphere, training and retaining dedicated clerks who are well-equipped to continue in her footsteps. She has also overseen major moves to technology, both the introduction and transition to meeting management software that revolutionized organization and record-keeping for the legislature. Thank you so much, Kathy. Which the Board of Representatives changed their name to in 2003, as well as the digitization of records, which involved the scanning and removal of all existing paper documents for the environment. A huge task which led to a more efficient and transparent government, all the while performing her responsibilities in a kind, friendly, and helpful manner that will be dearly missed. And whereas Kathy Covert will soon be embarking on a much-deserved retirement and is now being justly feted by a most grateful community, now therefore be it resolved that the New York State Assembly, by its member, the Honorable Anna Kellis, does hereby recognize Kathy Covert as an astounding citizen worthy of the esteem of her entire community and the great state of New York. Thank you. The whole state thanks you, truly. But in my own words, I wanted to tell you, you are hands down in the entire experience I have had in my entire career as an adult, one of the most kind, welcoming, professional, friendly human beings I have ever met. You are the person who helped guide me, introduced me, reduced my fears of a world that honestly is very scary your first time around, and gave me so much knowledge of how the process works because of your respect for the process of government. You really lift it up for all of us, and you show us the nobility that government can be, which is serving the people in a way that hopefully we all can emulate, because you are one of the best models of that I've ever seen. So thank you, Kathy, so much, and happy retirement.
She said she knew she should have called in sick. And you'll love how, like, during the proclamation, she was taking shorthand notes. So, that's right. Okay, and also our legislature colleagues have also made a proclamation, and I would like to thank Greg Mezzi and Deborah Dawson for making that. We'll wait a few minutes. And the proclamation recognizing and thanking Kathy Covert for her years of exceptional service to Tompkins County. Whereas Kathy L. Covert, Clerk of the Tompkins County Legislature, has announced her plans to retire from Tompkins County effective December 30th, 2022. And whereas Kathy's career with Tompkins County has spanned 36 years from December 1st, 1986, when she was hired, boy, this is repetitive, as a stenographer. In 1991, she was appointed as acting clerk and then clerk of the Tompkins County Board of Representatives, which became the Tompkins County Legislature in 2003. Before 1986, Covert worked as a page at the Tompkins County Public Library, and whereas Kathy has been the longest-serving clerk of the legislature in Tompkins County history and has been recognized as the longest-serving current clerk by the New York State Association of Clerks of Legislative Boards, and whereas Kathy has been further recognized by the New York State Association of Counties for her long-term service to Tompkins County government, and whereas Cornell University recently recognized Kathy's service by awarding her a 2022 Town Gown Award, the Togos celebrate the connections between Cornell University and local communities and highlight the achievements of local leaders who have left or are leaving high-profile positions, and whereas during her long tenure, Kathy has provided invaluable service and guidance to over 60 different legislators and 11 different chairs of the legislature. Sorry. That's a lot of legislators to have to deal with. Using her unique skill set, including all encyclopedic knowledge of Robert's Rules and Tompkins County legislative procedures and committee structures, a graceful and unassuming personal style, and exceptionally diplomatic interpersonal skills. And whereas Kathy has accomplished countless tasks and projects as clerk of this legislature, including the introduction and implementation in 2010 of meeting management software that created more efficient and transparent government, and the supervision of digitizing the legislature's records. And whereas Kathy's legacy gift to the Tompkins County Legislature has been hiring, training, and retaining an exceptional team of dedicated clerks who can and will continue the great work Tompkins County has come to expect under her leadership. Kathy has led by example, building a solution-focused team that exhibits both noteworthy efficiency and esprit de corps. Was that your French?
That's
okay. Yeah. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the members of the Tompkins County Legislature hereby expressed our deepest appreciation and gratitude to Kathy Covert for her 36 years of dedication and service to Tompkins County, and resolve further that a copy of this proclamation shall be sent to Governor Kathy Hochul, New York State Senators Thomas Amaro, Peter Oberrecker, and Pamela Helming, New York State Assembly Member Anna Kellis, hang around, and New York State Association of Clerks of Legislature Boards, the New York State Association of Counties and National Association of Counties, and the Tompkins County Historian. And in witness whereof, we, the undersigned members of the Tompkins County Legislature, have hereunto set our hand and caused to be affixed the Great Seal of Tompkins County, State of New York, on this 20th day of December 20th, 2022.
I don't know what to say. Thank you very, very much. I really don't know what to say. I did not expect this. Thank you.
If you'd expected it, you'd have stayed home.
So we also have an award from NYSAC as a Distinguished Service Award. And They sent it to us. That was very nice of them. This evening, we will not have an executive session, and we are going to move on to privilege of the floor. And I want to start out by, first off, thanking everyone who has taken the time this evening to join us for privilege of the floor. I know that we've received many letters, many emails. People have come in sessions past to speak to us about recovery funds in regards to concerns in our community. And everyone that comes, please know that we are listening and that we hear you. And I just wanted to thank you all for taking the time out tonight. With that said, we have an extremely packed agenda. And one thing that I have promised my colleagues is that we will have 2 full hours of incredible debate this evening. But it's not going to be going over 2 hours as far as the recovery fund goes. Because our goal is to have wonderful debate, for it not to go into 11:30 or midnight because we start making really bad decisions and we become a little bit chippy as well. And so I want everyone to have their 3 minutes to speak, but I also want everyone to be courteous of the time. I'm going to ask everyone to keep it crisp, and if we could keep it at 3 minutes, that would be much appreciated because we're going to have a very long meeting. With that said, let me go over the rules of the legislature for speaking under privilege of the floor. Number 1, I agree to a 3-minute time limit. Number 2, I agree not to raise my voice. Number 3, I agree not to use lewd, obscene, profane, slanderous, or libelous language, or speak or act in a manner that would tend to incite a breach of the peace. Number 4, I agree not to speak about county personnel matters. Personnel matters include comments about the job performance of a named county employee other than elected officials. Number 5, after 3 minutes, I agree to leave the microphone and yield the floor. Transferring time to another person is not permitted. And number 6, I agree that if I cause a disruption and am asked to leave, I will leave the chambers. Okay, we're going to start off with Martin Stallone.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for allowing me to speak. This is my first time doing this. I was hoping to see someone else do it first, so bear with me. I serve as the CEO of Cayuga Health System. I'm coming here tonight to make myself available. We, as you know, were one of the organizations who put forth the Recovery Fund proposal to field a crisis stabilization center that's a mental health-oriented organization and service to be less than the emergency room level of care, but more than what exists in the community. There have been, from this body and from others, many inquiries into the hospital and the health system. Some have reached me, some have reached my colleagues, and so we thought it would be the best if I made myself available to answer questions that you may have, but to address 2 broad ones, which were the most common ones put forward, which were, number 1, why so much given to one organization, which is a fair question, and there's a legitimate answer to that. Number 2, why can't the hospital just do this in and of its own means? And I wanted to address both of those. A little bit about the project. First, it's a multi-organizational endeavor that I believe is fairly monumental but pivotal to the community. It would bestow a ton of benefit and address a badly needed resource that doesn't exist. The hospital is the applicant and the lead so that we can ensure with our resources that it gets done and gets done right. We have put forward singular investments, for instance, purchasing the mall space where it would be set. But just to remind everyone, it is a partnership between, and I'll read, Alcohol and Drug Council, Tompkins County Mental Health, Cayuga Addiction Recovery Services, Cayuga Health Partners, Reach Medical, Family and Children's, Opportunities, Alternatives and Resources, otherwise known as OAR, Mental Health Association of Tompkins. So in total, 9 organizations, and it will take all of those organizations to get this monumental task done. To the point of why can't the hospital and the health system just do it alone, this is a new and monumental task. Again, I think it's worth it, but this is not something where health systems, given the climate of healthcare today, can do in and of themselves. As an institution, we have extended ourselves to our brink, the brink of what would responsibly be the outlay of capital, and beyond that would be unwise. To put color on that statement, our total losses this year as a health system are between $10 and $20 million operationally. Financial statements that are publicly available show the hospital of having $100 million of investments. However, that balance is a total enterprise that's $550 million and frankly unstable. And so while other communities are seeing hospitals have their payroll obligations met by the state quietly, we don't want to be in that situation. So in my judgment as CEO, I feel like we've extended ourselves as much as is responsible. We really want to do this important project, and we've asked for support that we feel is essential. Main point with 15 seconds left is if there are questions, we entertain them, and I'll make myself available to make you satisfied that this is a good investment for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. You're a wonderful example of how to get it done in 3 minutes. Thank you. Okay, next is Tali Mangabi.
I just thought I was going to have time to practice. All right, so my name is Tali Mugambi, the director of the Ultimate Reentry Opportunity, where our work is to eliminate systemic barriers to reentry in Tompkins County. Have been partnered with Healthy Food for All, who I'm here to bring attention to since the pandemic, when we were serving folks reentry and living in precarious conditions, serving them food and meals throughout that time. Oftentimes, the food system that serves our population is just putting calories in stomachs. But HFFA goes beyond that to restore the dignity by providing good, healthy, sustainable food grown here locally. This approach should be a focus not just for people in reentry, but our society in general. We need to be concerned with the value of the nutrients that are going into the bodies that help individuals who have been incarcerated and going through the systemic trauma of incarceration. And we need to be focused on that health mentally and physically as they matriculate back into the community. Let me skip here, just jump to. If this county decides to fund HFFA, you are not just supporting access to food, you are supporting the healthy development of families in a way that is restorative. As I've seen this firsthand, as we've been able to deliver these food items to folks, we've actually brought people in reentry to these farms where the farmers are really invested in serving this population. This is an investment in the highest level of service in agriculture and food that can be accessed in this community. The relationship with the farmers and those instrumental in the well-being of the community is impeccable, and it's the absolute best that I've seen anywhere outside of my experience to a trip in Ghana that I recently came back from. So in leaving you, I would say let us be the best by investing in HFFA's application. This application is just tremendous, it's first class, and I think it puts us on the cutting edge of the way that we serve our community and really restoring people to wholeness. Thank you.
Thank you, Tali. Richard Rivera, and then Teresa Alt.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Richard Rivera, and I'm speaking in opposition to the resolution to remove the recovery loan funding from Second Wind Cottage. I work in the population. I've been doing ethnographic research there for 2.5 years. I come to know this population. I want to point out that this population is not localized to Ithaca. It's not an Ithaca problem, since most of the population there come from the surrounding area, including Newfield. In fact, the vast majority come from Newfield. This population is not homogenous. It's not a homeless population. In the last 2 years, we've been able to house 72 people, OAR, in collaboration with Second Wind Cottages, because we've been able to provide those supportive services and navigational opportunities for them and post-housing services in a way that models the Second Wind Cottage. The Second Wind Cottage is the one that first brought attention to this population. The proposal is to build cottages in the Second Wind land site where they have individuals who are experienced dealing with this population, they have the necessary relationship with this population, and are able to provide the services they need. And we have been able to house a lot of individuals because a lot of the individuals that are homeless in Ithaca have those basic level of functional that they could access the services. The population that occupies the encampments are individuals who, because of history of trauma, substance use, mental health, have real difficulty accessing these services. And their encounter with DSS, their encounter with the services that are there available, sort of create this civic trauma. Because they can't access the services, they fail, they get punished, they get penalized, they get suspended, they'll try again in 9 months, and they'll fail again because they really can't sit through the process. The individuals from Second Wind and OAR have been able to sit with these individuals, talk to them, build the necessary relationships, and been able to walk them through the system. In the last 2 years, we have had 17 deaths in the encampments due to fentanyl and natural causes. With preventable deaths that could have been handled had we been able to access these individuals in a localized place. The proposal from Second Wind Cottages will give us the opportunity to provide those services in a network of relationships, a web of relationships with existing nonprofits. This proposal is the best proposal I've seen in the last 2 years, and I support it. And I think we should really consider granting this money. The man is using his own land. He's building a unit for 25 females in Dryden now. He got 18 units right now in Second Wind, and I think he's the best individual qualified, that organization, to manage this problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Also, I want those of you that are here that have not filled out a blue card that would like to speak this evening, they are located on the back table. So please feel free to fill out a blue card. Next is Teresa Alt.
I'm Teresa Alt of 206 Eddy Street in College Town. I'm here to talk about TCAT. I hold that to stop climate change, we need fewer cars on the road and more people going places on buses, especially the new electric ones. That means we need buses going to more places in the county and even outside it, because many people who work here live in outlying towns and villages, even outside the county. And we need buses that run longer hours, earlier and later, for people who start work very early or work late, not just buses at peak commuter times. And that, by the way, could solve the problem of split shifts for drivers. Maybe a morning shift could be a whole workday for some drivers, and an evening shift could be a whole workday for others. We also need buses to run more frequently. That makes it less stressful to ride them, because if you miss the bus, there will be another one. I had the bad experience last summer that I missed the number 30 bus because there was too much traffic to cross State Street, and the wait for the next one, over half an hour, was so long that I nearly missed my dental appointment. This doesn't just benefit people who live in outlying areas. It would be good for city residents. My husband and I, for example, don't have a car. So we have savings, money we can spend. Sometimes we read about a program in Trumansburg that we'd like to attend, but the buses are so far apart that a 2-hour program turns into a 5-hour trip, so we don't go. Trumansburg businesses lose out. And riding the bus should not cost money. Fares should be free. That way, everyone can ride the bus, and increased ridership brings in more state revenue. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. Next is Robert Lynch. And then after Robert will be Krista Nunez.
Good evening. Robert Lynch, councilperson, Town of Enfield. Many deserving applicants will tonight seek community recovery funding. I'm here to support 3 from Enfield: Enfield Food Distribution, Enfield Community Council, and the Enfield Volunteer Fire Company. None were recommended by your committee. I believe each should have been. I'll speak to one in particular. Imagine you're hungry. I mean really hungry. No, not just missing a meal or two. You've gone for weeks on ramen noodles, Rice Krispies, and junk food. So have your kids. You can't pay Wegmans prices. You either want to buy food, you have to buy good food, or pay the rent. And without rent, you're homeless. Food insecurity is real. Food insecurity hurts. Food insecurity happens here. And food insecurity has been worsened by the pandemic. The Enfield Food Pantry has become Tompkins County's first line of defense against food insecurity. Our pantry needs a new home. On your committee's first vote, it got just 2 votes out of 6. It never got a second look. That was a mistake. Tonight, your legislature holds the power to correct that mistake. Don't think of this as just an Enfield food pantry. It's truly Tompkins County's food pantry. It's the only one locally with the strength of volunteers and the depth of dedication to operate 3 days a week, every week. We serve county-wide populations, and unlike most others, we handle meat, produce, and dairy. We stand alone, we stand proud, and our freezer's too small, and our cooler's too small, too. Matthew 14:13 through 21 speaks of how Jesus fed the multitude with just 5 loaves and 2 fish. Well, in Enfield, Pantry Director Gene Owens does that every week. We feed more than 500 families, often different families, each weekend. 625 families the weekend before Thanksgiving. We do it out of a 1948 firehouse, cramped, outdated, and cold. In summer, we distribute produce outdoors in the blistering sun and driving rain. Winters, patrons squeeze between bags of potatoes, piles of carrots, and us. We have the food, we have the volunteers. What we need is a new home to serve people better. You hold the purse and the power to help us. I know your committee tried to do the right thing. They meant well. And as I told Randy Brown at our town board meeting last week, the problem is systemic. Numbers mattered more than people. Too many calculators and spreadsheets, too few hugs and tears. I so wish you'd invited each of our major applicants to plead her case personally for a brief 10 minutes. Because passion can never leap from the printed page the way it can spring from the heart, passing through the lips of a dedicated advocate. Please, I believe Enfield Food Distribution's application speaks best to the purpose of this fund. It's transformative, it's purposed for people, and it'll do good. Thank you.
Next is Krista Nunez.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for having us. I'm speaking on behalf of Cuba International. I'd like to mention a few things about our application, but in particular, some of the things that our community is facing with regard to farmland and housing. Farming is an at-risk adventure here in Tompkins County. Farmland is disappearing and is passing into development at rates that destabilize our food systems. Because of systemic racism within our housing and real estate systems, there were several times more Black farmers working the land and serving the Tompkins County community 100 years ago than there are farming here today. County farmland here is used more for animal feed than food for humans, and yet hungry children and families abound within and without our borders. If you're a Black woman with children, you are 3 times more likely to be evicted or lose your house than if you were from a different group. And with each increasing child, you are twice as likely to be evicted than you would be if you had fewer children. This is regardless on how behind you are in rent or your income. Our housing, land, food, employment, education, and business systems need change. This project addresses many of our challenges. Housing, it provides housing for farmers who are experienced and committed to growing food for people in our community, It addresses our food insecurity issues. The farmers that we're working with are committed to growing food for food insecure community members and for themselves, and all hail from backgrounds that have been food insecure and deeply challenged, and they are turning that story around. Employment, this is creating jobs. When you have access to land, you can make that land work, and you can protect the land while you make it work for the community. You can create abundant employment opportunities with a single piece of land. It addresses our education system. Children who don't have access to nature, don't have access to the ability to learn how to grow their own food, how to cook nutritious food, are suffering within the 4 walls of our schools and need support. Climate change, through the creation of broad coalitions of small landholders working together to protect the land, we can stop the forces that are putting our land and our environment at risk. Thank you so much for your time and your consideration.
Thank you very much. Next is Anna Kellis. Oh, okay. Okay, great. Next is Sharon Tregoski. No, I totally said that wrong, and I apologize.
Hi, my name is Sharon Tregaskis. I work in the local food system. Patrice Locker-Anthony, a local writer and founder of a Black-owned business, co-authored this statement. She's unable to be here tonight. Patrice and I urge you to table for 30 to 60 days the resolutions on your agenda pertaining to the Tompkins County Recovery Fund so you can address profound inequities in the process to this point. In its 2022 State of the Nonprofit Sector Survey, the Nonprofit Finance Fund found that the BIPOC-led organizations saw a disproportionate rise in demand during the pandemic. Yet those same groups work harder to fund their efforts. While 2/3 of white-led organizations ended 2021 with a surplus, less than half of Black-led nonprofits could say the same. White-led organizations and consultants often lack vital diversity, equity, inclusion, and justice experience and insight, yet they make key recommendations for funding and implementation. Black participants and their allies, meanwhile, are silenced by seemingly reasonable gestures. A calming hand raised to quieten the speaker, pledges to discuss that later, but then no discussion. These strategies silence opposition. They also undermine the pursuit of inclusivity, equity, and a healthy democracy. We don't believe this is intentional. They just don't know what they don't know. Still, when committees and consultants make impactful decisions but fail to discuss pertinent issues and approaches with Black and other BIPOC leaders with the lived experience to solve problems and organizational experience to manage the changes sought, we all lose. Wisdom and leadership emerge when we put our varied perspectives and lived experiences to work together. 30 years ago, disability activists adopted the slogan, "Nothing about us without us." They championed the necessity for people with personal experience to inform and direct the policies and investments that would shape their lives. When you established the TCRF Fund, you spoke of equity and justice. You sought proposals to redress the effects of COVID, bolster and support future capacity and resiliency, and address long-term gaps and needs in local services. BIPOC-led organizations in Tompkins County are grievously impacted by persistent exclusion and underinvestment. COVID exacerbated those long-standing inequities to devastating effect. The pandemic also underlined the resolve and creativity of community leaders. Myriad TCRF proposals from local Black leaders demonstrate clear need, vision, and capacity to achieve the county's priorities. Yet the resolutions before you tonight perpetuate the same inequities that plague our country's residents and our nation. And I have a copy for each of you with some extra information.
Thank you. Next is Sonia Taylor, and then Jeff Furman.
Hello. I'm probably going to say some words that you guys heard before, but Black people make up 6% of the population, and 40% of them are homeless. How can this be an innovation and forward-thinking city with disproportionate numbers such as this? And it's not like Black people in this city does not work. 40% of the workers here make up people of color, making minimum wage and sometimes not enough to even pay the rent and have recreational funds for other things to do with their families. With rent so high, some of them are forced to work double jobs, sometimes 3, even if it's all minimum wage, just to make up for their rent and utilities. Most of these jobs do not sponsor any health care and do not benefit them in any way besides putting just enough money into the account to take care of the bills and taxes. Workers that are uncovered are forced to file for assistance and public housing. And once again, this is not because they do not work or do not want to be a contributing member of society. They are just unable to. Over 100 years ago, 14% of farmers were Black-owned farmers. And now it's only down to 1.4%. These are devastating numbers, as farming is a natural part of Black history, heritage, and culture. This is mostly due to low funding in historically Black colleges for agriculture programs, poor resources for farmers, making it almost impossible to obtain what they need to continue to keep their farm running. The USDA has noticed a large amount of discrimination tactics used against farmers of colors. Connecting to the land in the past, our culture is no longer underneath our feet. People of color are forced to let go of their natural ability to become one with the land. And I support Cuba International. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jeff Furman, and then Liz Carabinkas.
Thank you. I'm a resident of the city of Ithaca. I have over 40 years' experience working in the nexus between social justice and the private sector. Most of my work has been done with founders, those people who I feel work from their heart, who feel deeply and think clearly. Cuba International is one such organization, and Kristen Nunes is one such founder. As Cuba International continues to rank high, I am here advocating for their inclusion. They are multidisciplinary. They deal with so many of the issues that are being raised in this community as things that need to be looked at. They have respect for the land through sustainable agriculture. They're dealing with economic equality through shared resources. They are enhancing local food security. They are establishing a commercial kitchen to provide opportunity for value-added products. They're educating young people. They're using a combination of the arts, food, farming, nature, and a deep respect for the land. All are part of Cuba's mission. It's beautiful and it's impactful, and I've been trying to help them out a little bit as just a community person. Actually, around the country, there's beginning to be a movement to deal with a lot of the numbers that people used before. Vermont now has a $2 million seed to deal with BIPOC farmers to increase the number who are doing that work. And as I stand here, one of the things that was mentioned by the last speaker, which I wanted just to reiterate, is that the condition of the Black farmers now is 100% because of racism. It's because of the tenant farming that existed in this country after the Emancipation Proclamation. It's a refusal to loan funds before planting season, which is well documented. It's refusal of businesses to buy from Black-led farmers. And sometimes the Black farmers have been killed. A woman named Shirley Sherrod, who was appointed by Obama to be head of the Department of Agriculture, her father was killed by a white farmer and acquitted. So I ask you to, because Cuba International has been highly regarded so far and gotten high marks, I hope they get funded. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeff. Liz Karabenicus. Sorry, Liz.
It's all good, thanks. Good evening, thank you all. My name is Liz Karabenicus, and I work with Healthy Food for All, a nonprofit founded by Tompkins County farmers to provide low-income community members with reliable and dignified access to locally grown produce, while also fairly compensating our hardworking farmers. I understand that some of you may have reservations about the negative impact of allocating only minimum amounts. Excuse me. As you seek to stretch TCRF to achieve transformative outcomes. In my 15+ years of experience, grantors often require applicants to indicate a minimum amount. While we obviously yearn for full funding, we understand that limited funds often don't stretch as far as demonstrated need. Allocating only the minimum to a given project might seem counter to a project's success. Yet, in the case of TCRF, and in particular, the many proposals you have seen from actors within the food system, I want to assure you that transformation, collectively, is indeed possible. Consider a case study. D. Baptist, owner of Fort Baptist Farm, grows produce purchased by HFFA for the emergency food giveaways organized by Calvary Baptist Church and No Mas Lágrimas. Together, they serve hundreds of households each month. Meanwhile, Lorena Mendoza and Carlos Aguilera, owners of West Haven Farm, grow produce purchased by HFFA for hundreds of low-income neighbors, including Village at Ithaca and Southside Youth and Families, as well as people in reentry living in the Sunflower houses, as well as individuals living in second wind cottages. With your support, HFFA services would expand next year to reach GIAC and Field Food Pantry and beyond. In some sectors, actors scrabble and claw at one another for every scrap. A different mindset prevails here in our county. Together, we weave a web of collaborations to address community needs as they emerge. When COVID hit, these relationships sped our immediate, highly localized response to national supply chain disruptions and shortages. HFFA's farmers mobilized to grow and distribute more than 200,000 pounds of fresh produce for community members in need in 2020. And that pace continues today as our most vulnerable neighbors remain affected by an array of disruptions to the global food supply. Resilience of our local food system has never been more important. Tonight, we lift up our common cause and urge you to make meaningful investments in sustaining and strengthening those efforts. Never has the need for new farms been greater, like Cuba International. Thank you for investing in our shared mission of community health, equity, and farm viability.
Thank you. Next, we have Claire Concepcion, and then David Squires.
Good evening. My name is Claire Concepcion, and I have been a Healthy Food member for all members since 2018. I'm also a council advisory member. In a few months, I'll be completing my master's in public health from Cornell, despite working full-time and being a single mom to 2 teens, providing them health insurance and countless needs, never having received any child support, public assistance on an administrative assistant salary, which is reduced substantially because of my choice to go back to school, and note that I am coming from a working class immigrant family. And despite filing for bankruptcy and other personal challenges and obstacles I prefer not to share publicly, also I was in a car accident on Sunday, so I know a little bit about recovery and resiliency. So during the beginning of the pandemic, I reached out to Liz Karabenicus about doing a work trade because I could no longer afford even the subsidized cost of a CSA share. Through my work trade with Liz, I saw saw firsthand the important work of HFFA, what they do in the community beyond putting fresh produce in people's hands. HFFA provided meals, for example, using produce from partner farms, collaborating with Ultimate Reentry Opportunity, and alternative resources in Gola Astoria during the pandemic. They've also provided chairs at no cost to marginalized and most vulnerable communities with their work with Traditional Center for Indigenous Knowledge and Healing, and I'm sure other organizations here. And they've also worked with pantries like Enfield Food Pantry, who have opened their pantry outside of Enfield. And they've filled these gaps that were exposed during the pandemic by an initiative led by Liz called Nourish Tompkins to provide food to rural families, homeless, transient communities, and which were overlooked even by New York Nourish funds during the height of the pandemic. Healthy Food for All Health found Food as Medicine, which enabled healthcare providers to prescribe produce through collaborations with Cornell's Public Health Program, Rural Health Network, and other partners. I could also tell you a whole lot more about why CSAs, or community-supported agriculture, are such an important part of sustainable and resilient food systems through my own studies focused on food systems, health equity, and trauma recovery, but I won't do that because of time constraints. But in crisis, HFFA has been critical in the lives of many in our community. Just because the pandemic may be over, the need for nutritious foods and distribution alternatives are not over. The ideas, initiatives, innovations, and synergies that revolve around equity, justice, and healing that HFFA has initiated and modeled should continue. And I believe that's where you come in. I wholeheartedly believe that HFFA is most deserving of these recovery and community resiliency funds. Simply put, and although their work is not simple at all, because HFFA has been part of my recovery and resiliency. The abundance this community and land shared with me and my children contributed to my own holistic healing, and with your support, HFFA can impact and help so many people more.
Great, thank you. Next is David Squires.
I'm happy to say goodbye to Kathy Covert tonight. I've worked with her many years, a wonderful woman who was always there to help when you had a problem. I'm here tonight to speak about Sinanopolis. I'm the treasurer of Sinanopolis, and I'm really distraught because we submitted an application which we thought was in the spirit of the grant. We have been devastated by COVID. Before COVID, Sinanopolis sold 200 to 250 tickets a day. Now we're selling 60 tickets a day. And maybe you're not aware, Sinanopolis is a not-for-profit organization, but unfortunately we have a business model of a commercial theater. We pay real estate taxes. We pay $50,000 a year to Tompkins in total taxes. We pay a rent of $147,000 a year. It costs $614 a day to cover our cost of occupancy, and right now, on an average day, we may be generating $600. COVID reduced the audiences attending. People are afraid to go to the theater. And also, the public is unaware that Sinanopolis is open because of the construction that's going on over and above and around us. And that construction is actually a project that benefits the county. And in the application, we didn't emphasize it, but the Downtown Improvement Agency says that Sinanopolis is supposed to be a vital component of the convention center, which you're building, which is contributing to the fact that we are sinking. Our application asks for basically to help us get through the construction of the next year. We have the potential to capture all the people who are moving into these apartments downtown within 2 blocks of the theater. But we're not going to survive because people can't even get to the theater. People don't know what's where. And right now, you can't even see the theater on Green Street. So that's our story. And I tell you how disheartening it is that we didn't get any funding. The grant program referenced, the impacts from COVID. You awarded money to the DIA for business disruption. And I'm telling you, we have a significant disruption that is ongoing. I'd ask you to reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Next is Perry LaPointe, and then Jay Smith.
Hi, good evening. My name is Perry Lopinto. I'm here as a private citizen. I've lived in the town of Ithaca for 37 years, and I love living in Ithaca, and I love the quality of life that it offers its citizens. I'm here to talk about the ARPA grants, but instead of talking about one organization, I'd like to talk about a sector that seems to have been overlooked. And so when the ARPA grants, the granting guidelines were put out, it seemed to be open to all businesses, nonprofits, organizations, and it seemed to be about COVID, and it seemed to be about what organizations were hit by COVID. And I was on the website and I took a look at all the wonderful grants that were, the applications that were put in, and you guys have a big job ahead of you because there's a lot of really great projects. When I looked at the list that now is being looked at to be approved, what I noticed dishearteningly is that all of the arts organizations were left out. There's at least 7, if not more, arts organizations that applied for funding because they've been hit by COVID, because these are organizations that can't survive unless people come and show up. And if you think about what makes Ithaca such a special place, it's our great music and theater and arts. And I know you're looking at a lot of very important, critical issues, childcare, housing, mental health. Yes, all those things are very important, but with $6.5 million, you would hope that you could carve out a little bit of money to help the arts organizations get over this hump, be able to recover from COVID. Because if all these organizations close, what kind of quality of life are we going to have here? We talk about Ithaca as being special, and yes, we want to take care of all these other issues, but a little bit of money to help these organizations survive, to help these organizations make it to this next stage would be so critical to our ongoing quality of life in Ithaca. So I ask you, please, there are great important issues there, but don't forget the arts organizations. Not one of them made it into your final round. Not one of them is being funded. There must be a little bit of leeway where you can help them get from here to recovering from COVID and being the vibrant organizations that make our community so wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jay Smith, and then Katie Hollis.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Jay Smith. I first moved to Ithaca about 7 years ago to reside at the Eco-Village at Ithaca as an environmentalist and someone deeply interested in urban agriculture. I came from New York City. I plugged into this region's agricultural and food justice organizations and became associated with Krista Nunes and the Cuba International. And I'm here to support her. And I just wanted to emphasize that among the things that this organization is doing that I think is incredibly important is enabling people of color to become, who are interested, to be trained in things like composting, to be aware of the ecological efforts that are built into the process of becoming, of developing a homestead. For example, there's a project, there's an intentional community that we are creating to address some of the issues that have already been discussed for people of color. And among the things that we are doing in creating this project is thinking through how best to establish homesteads but in such a way that enables the land to remain sustainable and ecologically sustainable. And this is an incredibly important aspect of what Cuba International is doing with people of color, which I think is should be part of the efforts of the legislative and financial institutions here in Tompkins County to support. As an urban agriculturist, I often said to folks that in the 21st century, Black people need to learn to grow their own food as the means whereby we solve the problems of food inequity and food injustice. And in doing so, we need to be mindful of retaining the productivity of the soil, maintaining the integrity, as I said, of ecological systems, and so on. So again, I'm here to support Cuba International, who is doing a really wonderful program in this project. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Next, we have Katie Hollis and then Rebecca Bradshaw.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Katie Hollis, Town of Ithaca resident, and I've lived in Tompkins County for the last 16 years and have worked in the food system with many of these wonderful partners you've heard from tonight. I work with Tompkins Food Future, which is a community food system planning initiative. So the 9 goals articulated in the Tompkins County Food System Plan, a roadmap for our future, unanimously accepted and enthusiastically supported by the legislature this year, is a clear-sighted focus on food system transformation with a lens of climate resilience, equity, and justice that serves community food security. These community-developed goals in the plan directly align with the county's stated TCRF priorities. The plan, as you've seen, includes 47 actionable recommendations to help our community continue to make progress towards these goals. Many are in motion and being implemented by effective, experienced, and deserving organizations, some of whom applied to the fund are here tonight, and many of whom have not. Notably, there is a significant paucity of Black and BIPOC-led initiatives and organizations, and central to the transformation of our historically oppressive and inequitable food system, these disparities must be proactively addressed to bring about true equity, justice, and change. And in that way, it's urgent that organizations which fund, consult, and/or advise on, and are either white-dominated or white-led, as much as they can, be equitable and bias-free in their thought processes, deliberations, and decision-making. They should seek to understand, we all should seek to understand our own biases and lack of knowledge and work directly with BIPOC-led organizations who operate from lived experience and expertise. I want to highlight some of the ways in which the food system plan that you all so heartily supported is already being implemented by many applicants, food system applicants to the TCRF. This is not an exhaustive list, and you can reference the plan, but just a few to highlight. 2.5, expand and support education, mentoring, and training. 3.4, increase participation, support, and investment from local governments, financial institutions, organizations, and businesses in the food system. 4.2, streamline application processes and expand ongoing public funds for community food access partners. 4.7, explore new models of emergency food distribution. 5.4, expand and improve support systems to meet the needs of BIPOC farmers. 6.1, invest in gaps in our food system infrastructure and educate farmers about ways to finance and plan for transitions in this evolving landscape as we work towards the vision of our future. Lastly, the legislature's leadership, your leadership on food system issues to date is deeply appreciated, and it must be built upon to bring the vision forth set forth in the food system plan to bring that vision to life. I urge you to consider funding recommendations that are inclusive of the many deserving projects that are already having transformative impacts in our community, and importantly, to work collaboratively to establish more sustainable funding opportunities and long-term support going forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Rebecca Bradshaw and then Leslyn McBean Claiborne.
Hello. My name is Rebecca Bradshaw, and I'm the current artistic director at the Kitchen Theater. I'm here today to urge you as a legislative body to support the art sector in this community now more than ever. I do not want to discuss the hours of preparation, collaboration with our arts partners, time and resources wasted to apply for this grant, how we scored very high in our bracket and were consistently encouraged by the committee, or the upset of not one arts organization to receive any funding from the TCRF grant. I want to share what the kitchen and the arts bring to this community. This week, Ithaca was listed as a top 10 mid-sized city for the most vibrant arts community. The theater is not just an escape for the community to have an emotional experience during what could arguably be the worst few years of everyone's lives, but a place for a community to gather, process, and support one another. If you don't think that is vital right now, we are also an imperative key to the community's workplace development. We have given IC and Cornell alums their first professional experiences, teens through Village at Ithaca, Southside, their first job experiences through our trainee program, a staff of theater professionals mentoring opportunities to launch them into their next career move, and countless artists a venue and stage to perform on in a community they chose to call their home. We are a collaborative partner lifting up countless small businesses around us, from bringing in audiences from out of town and sending them to the many restaurants and bars in the West End, to lifting the stories performed on stage to create practical advocacy in our neighborhoods through community partnerships with Village at Ithaca, CUMEP, the Advocacy Center, and more. COVID decimated the performing arts industry. We've been clawing each day to stay alive. We had a subscriber base of over 750 people before the pandemic, and now we're down to a little over 300. People are still hesitant to come back to our theater, despite feeling comfortable at restaurants and other venues. We need your support to carry us through this dire moment. I agree that human services need to be supported right now, but it's not enough to recover people's bodies and health. We need to recover their spirits. A theater creates a space for connection, for community that has been so lacking for 3 years. The arts alone do this. And it is a shame that this body does not recognize that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Leslyn McBean Claiborne, and then Tucker Davis.
Good evening, all. Lots of sentiments for funding. I want to make sure that I acknowledge that. Mostly I wanted to stand, Martha and I were going to be two former chairs, wanting to stand and say thank you to Kathy. When I started on this legislature in, I don't know, October of 2000, Kathy was there. And one of the things that we appreciate about you, Kathy, is the fact that you have so much knowledge, that you made us look intelligent. Lots of times we were bumbling fools without you being able to guide us, and I know that that is something that will be sorely missed. I know also that knowing you, that you have made a point of making sure that the deputy clerks and the others who are here have learned well so that they can help carry on that legacy. Thank you, Kathy, for your service. I'm going to speak on behalf of Martha and myself. Martha had to leave. And for everything that you have done. Personally, I also want to thank you for my family. Indira was born. You were there for it. You helped me watch her in the back room when I had to be on the floor and she's in her car seat. You were just the most gracious person, and I know that you will carry that forward wherever it is you go and whatever it is that you do, and this body will not be the same without you. So I just wanted to say thank you very much from the bottom of my heart for your incredible, dedicated service. One last thing I'll say about Kathy is I tried for years in all of my very skillful ways to figure out what was Kathy's political party leaning. You will never, ever know. She is as fair, bipartisan, multi-partisan, and as smooth as one can be. Thank you again.
Hello. My name is Tucker Davis, and I'm here representing the arts community and Running to Places youth organization here in Tompkins County. And I wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but I was coming to find out how we scored so well on your 70-point rubric at 68 points for our application and still failed to meet the criteria to move on to the next round. I also want to support the sentiment that the arts have been completely overlooked. Ithaca is known as an artist town. Ithaca is known as a theater town, and right now we're in a unique position in Ithaca where we may not have live theater to go to in 12 months from now. Knowing most, if not all, of the other organizers of theater in this town, we are all in very, very similar situations. Running to Places, as I said, is a nonprofit. If you don't know us, let me just tell you a little bit about it. But what we do is we address the inequity to the access to education in theater. So we allow any student who can get to our doors, Tompkins County or beyond, between the grades 6 and 12, to come and be themselves and to learn how to tell a story, which is the oldest human tradition that we have. And we are looking to preserve that here in Tompkins County, especially in Ithaca. We're proud of the work that we do. In addition to that, part of access to theater for us was to create a venue where anyone could go and see theater. So that when you go into the audience, you don't have to be able to have the income to buy a ticket to be able to see your place in the world of theater, right? So our last show, we drew a crowd of 3,300 people. 3,300 people and their families and young people who are interested and invested in what theater can give their community. I am disappointed in the response from the committee that you did not include any live arts organizations at all in your decision-making. I ask you to rethink that, to invest in our community, invest into our children, invest into them feeling that confidence when they walk out on stage that they belong there, so they can take that from Ithaca into the rest of the world of theater and hopefully change the way we see and how we participate in the arts. I hope that tonight, hearing all of these people, that you rethink some of the decisions you made, and we all make mistakes, but I really hope that you reconsider and you think about the artists that are relying on you and your decisions to live. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a reminder, if there's anyone here that has not filled out a blue card, please fill out a blue card if you would like to speak. They're located on the back table. Right now, we're going to move to our privilege of the floor, those that have signed up for Zoom. First up, we have Don Barber.
Not seeing Don on the list. He must have stepped away.
Okay. Do you want to name them, Dominic? That would be helpful.
Donette D. Baptist first.
Okay.
Looks like they're connecting to audio. In the meantime, we have David Shapiro.
Okay.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Hello, David.
Hi. My name is David Shapiro, and I'm the Executive Director of Second Wind. As you know, Second Wind's funding application still has a seeker process before you can vote on the committee's recommendation to fund the project. But you're being asked today to remove our application altogether. I'm here today to try to clear up any misunderstandings or misinformation about our proposal that might influence your vote. I want to say clearly, our proposal is not trying to solve the homeless issue in the city of Ithaca. The city's homeless issue, while concerning, wasn't the focus of our application. Our proposal was offered in response to the many reasons marginalized people experience homelessness and the many places throughout Tompkins County where people are living unhoused and unsafe. The homeless people that are less obvious than those camping in what is locally referred to as the jungle are more likely to be young, Black and brown, LGBTQ, or women fleeing abusive relationships. What we're proposing in Newfield is really an expansion of our homeless sanctuary for our neighbors who do not have a home, but who need a place to safely breathe before rebuilding what they can of their lives. Our program has offered low barrier entry for quite some time now. We certainly house people that have made or still make mistakes, but it's also filled with people that are trying to do better and who have responded well to our approach that supports their homeless recovery. The majority of our residents have income, and most are living clean and sober lives, but not always. And unfortunately, the stigma associated with those that have experienced homelessness leads some to question if the county's emergency response teams are prepared for this expansion. However, that same data that shows slow response times to Newfield can also count the number of times those calls were in responses to needs or offenses of second wind residents. And it's also factual to report that there aren't many. We don't do this with a lot of staff, but we have a centrally monitored security system that records 24/7. But our success more comes from our approach that treats our residents more like friends than security guards. And we have a strong volunteer base that supports the program that prioritizes being a good neighbor, caring for your dwelling, and cultivating personal growth. We found that our model, along with the beauty and the nature that Newfield has to offer, to be key components in our residents' healing journey. I'd welcome more time to come back and talk to you about why cabins versus cottages, or about how we've developed our own on-demand car service. But my time is limited today. I hope with your time, you consider the motion before you today, which isn't to talk more, it's to end the conversation. Please vote no on Legislator Brown's resolution. And very quickly, as a private resident, I would like to also voice my support for Cuba International. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Next, Dee Baptist.
Dee, you should be able to unmute from your phone.
Hello, good evening. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Fantastic. Thank you. My name is Dee Baptist. I am co-owner of Fort Baptist Farm, part of that 1.2% of Black-owned farmers in Tompkins County. We are supported by Healthy Food for All, and we're also here in the capacity as residents of Tompkins County, mother of a bunch of children, farm owner. We were surprised that the Healthy Food for All proposal was not taken under consideration to the extent that it provides not just for hundreds of families monthly, but it extends, they have extended their reach for years and years and years. The current director, Liz Carbonakis, works alongside not just farmers of color, but all of the farmers who are participants in Healthy Food for All. The community-supported agriculture programs provide food for not only persons who are underprivileged and underserved, but we provide food for food pantries such as the Enfield Food Pantry, Calvary Baptist Food Pantry, No Mas Lagrimas Food Pantry, and we're developing programs to support entities such as food for families, such as folks who live and work in Tompkins County, but through, they have social programs that they might attend, such as GIAC or Southside. Healthy Food for All has been in constant liaison with all of these entities. In anticipation of an upcoming economic downturn, Black persons, Indigenous persons, persons of color have been disproportionately affected by COVID, and in anticipation of that upcoming economic recession, I think shoring up funding for an entity such as Healthy Food for All will ensure that these families and a massive part of our community will have what is a basic necessity, and that is food. Thank you for listening to me speak, and we hope that you will give Healthy Food for All due consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Don Barber is back.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I'm Don Barber, Chair of Food Policy Council. We take this opportunity to remind you of the importance and special place our local food system fills in our community structures. We illustrated during the July presentation that our local food system sits at the nexus of our community's efforts to create equity, facilitate local wealth creation, and improve our health and environment. Local food system action touches every aspect of the community, making the decision to support this work both efficient and equitable. We may remember the food system plan maps out a comprehensive, proactive approach to cultivating equity, building community resilience, generating wealth, improving our community's health, reducing food insecurity, supporting farmers, and making significant steps to mitigate climate change. The Tompkins County Recovery Fund, with its goals to address immediate and continuing impacts of COVID-19, build long-term capacity, sustainability, and resilience of our local communities, nonprofits, and businesses, and address critical unmet community needs, creates a pivotal opportunity for Tompkins County to demonstrate leadership in the food system and help improve residents' quality of life. 15 well-established organizations and businesses with strong track records submitted food system project applications that made the total point cutoff, totaling more than $4.5 million. This demonstrates a clear need and potential. Coincidentally, the community food systems planning process commenced at the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, which sharpened our understanding of the central challenges and vulnerabilities of our global and local food system, while also making the case for stronger, more locally based systems that run on collaboration, engagement, and investment from the community. Because our local food system sits at the nexus of so many community structures and affects every one of us every day, supporting efforts that enhance it builds capacity, sustainability, and resilience. Reflecting on all the food system vulnerabilities at play right now, whether dependence on a global agribusiness model and distant food sources, the Tompkins County Recovery Fund provides an opportunity to address these critical, evolving, and substantial community needs. We strongly urge you to look for ways to allocate recovery and resilience fundings towards crucial partners in our local food system, each of whom is already carrying out recommendations you supported when accepting the plan. These food system actors are already modeling the collaboration so essential to implementing our food system plan while growing our food system, serving more people, and yielding transformative outcomes. Lastly, we look forward to collaborating with the legislature and the county to cultivate a long-term, ongoing, and engaged culture of support for a locally and regionally focused food system. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Antonisha Owens.
Hello, everyone. My name is Antonisha Owens, and I'm from Syracuse, New York. I'm the owner of Fika Pure. Over a year ago, I came to Ithaca to get trained on how to be a farmer at Groundswell, and I met Krista Nunes, the owner of Kuma International. And through my meeting with her, she afforded me the opportunity to be able to live, work and farm at the same time, opportunity that I didn't have. And I support her organization. Being a woman of color, a single parent, and, working, starting my own business and farming, I didn't see me having that opportunity until I met with Krista. And just being a woman of color and knowing how hard it is farming and also working with children, she assured me and gave me the support that I needed to be able to realize my dream a reality. And I hope you guys reconsider this project, because that'll allow me to be able to be like, one of the first to have a farm in years, because my family their farm was taken from them. So to be able to restart that tradition within our family and to leave something, a legacy to my children, and just to be able to be immersed into the food access, because that's a part of our culture, is to be able to feed our community and outside of doing business, in Ithaca, Tompkins County, that's like, you guys are like the heart of all of that. We come to you from all over. I met all kinds of, farmers that were from California, from Mississippi, just from different states, even different parts of the world. We find ourselves in Tompkins County learning to be farmers and settling into your spaces, because this is something that you guys enrooted for decades of being able to farm and learning and feeding our community. So I really, really hope you guys reconsider Kumba International to help them with this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one more. We have Ellen Woods.
Hi, can y'all see me?
We can hear you, but we can't see you.
Oh, I don't know why. Okay, that's all right. That's all right. You don't maybe need to see me. All right, so hold on for one moment. I'm sorry. Just bear with me for one more moment.
Okay.
Okay, so I just want to thank the county for this opportunity to speak. And I do want to honor and support everyone who has spoken so far. And I'm just going to read into the record something I sent to the legislature, but I just, there are 3,000 people in Enfield that I am speaking for tonight. And so I feel like it's my duty to speak for them. So my statement goes, 911, what is the address of your emergency? In Tompkins County, how you answer this question determines how quickly you will get help. I'm speaking today to ask you as legislators and as the committee to deeply consider Enfield Fire Company's request to decrease some of the longest response times in our county for some of our lowest income, most rural residents. I am a firefighter AEMT and the EMS director of Enfield. My goal has been to do whatever I can to reduce healthcare and emergency response disparity in our community by responding and training. When you call 911, no matter who you are, the ideal is for you to get the same response, the same kind of caring, compassionate response to your home. And we know that's not the reality, but I do feel that in Tompkins County, we can get closer to that reality. During the pandemic, I even ran and served in elected office so that I could remain in Enfield near the fire station during the day. And there's a long tradition of people working for the school or working for the highway department, earning less than their worth on the market in order to serve our community. When I serve professionally on an ALS ambulance, I'm expected to respond from the station within 2 minutes after a 911 call is dispatched. When I or any volunteer responds from home in Enfield, I hold myself to the very same standard, and we all do. But we have to account for approximately 4 minutes or longer to drive to the station, park, and get in our rescue vehicle before we can respond. And just for some context, though, 4 minutes is a really crucial time frame to respond to a cardiac arrest. And, because of the distance of some of our areas, it's not possible to get ALS transport, which is bangs, there in under 4 minutes either. So the extra time can be the difference in survival. Many of our volunteers respond from even longer distances than I do. The immediate effect that bunk rooms could have on Enfield's response time is so real and would also benefit areas like Newfield and West Danby. The goal of our proposal was to increase survival and reduce critical incident outcome disparity, both by decreasing response times and by training our citizens to be able to provide care before EMS arrival, as well as prevent fires from before they occur. And we've had a lot recently of really public fire losses, as well as a lot of tragedies. And I would say that this proposal does address mental health in that the impact of grief from preventable tragedy on our community is just immense. I believe that supporting Enfield Fire Company's ARPA proposal is an important
Ellen,
step.
I'm sorry, your time is up. If you could wrap it up, please.
Okay, I'm on my last sentence. Thank you. I believe supporting Enfield Fire Company's ARPA proposal is an important step in increasing emergency equality in our community. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Anyone else, Dominic?
That is all.
Okay. Anyone else in our audience that would like to speak on privilege of the floor? I see no one else. I want to thank everyone who came out tonight and who spoke on privilege of the floor. Again, we hear your words, and we're going to have some tough decisions ahead of us this evening. I would also like to appeal to my colleagues to switch up our agenda a little bit. Do we have Patrick Mailer here this evening, or City of Ithaca?
We do not yet.
Okay. So I would like to move legislator privilege of the floor and chair's report to the end of our meeting after we do our business. And we can have reports by county administrator, county attorney, director of finance, consent agenda, then go through our resolutions, then go back to our standing committees, and then we will address the Community Recovery Fund. Does that sound all right with everyone? Okay. The idea was to get our staff so that they don't have to stay for the full meeting. Okay, so with that said, Lisa Holmes, County Administrator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the interest of time, I do not have a report tonight. I will send any highlights or updates, summary via email. And I just wanted to briefly state my congratulations to Kathy Covert on her retirement and express my gratitude for her for the work that she's done as a colleague and all of the support that she's provided me and to all of our department heads in their interface with the legislature. She has made, every piece of information that comes to the legislature on behalf of staff, department heads, much easier to navigate and demystified that process for department heads for the entire time she's been clerk of the legislature. So you will be missed, and you have left your office in capable hands. Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you, Lisa. Any questions for Lisa Holmes, County Administrator? Okay, next we have County Attorney Bill Troy.
I can be very brief. This past week, I circulated among all of you a little memo about what's going on with outstanding litigation. If you have any questions, I think we'd have to do it in executive session, so I'll leave that to the chair if that becomes true. I also had occasion to circulate the verdict sheet. I had a request from one of you about how a jury found on that one case. Here again, if you'd like to discuss it, we'd have to do it in executive session. Other than that, everything's going along swimmingly on my end. So, and I also would like to thank Kathy. I mean, it was just, as I came in as county attorney, I had a question. No offense to anybody else, but she's the first person I usually would call because she has an encyclopedic memory. So we're going to miss her. I think we'll be in good hands with Katrina, and we've been fortunate beyond our dreams to have people like this show up and come forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Any questions for Bill Troy, County Attorney? Veronica Pillar?
Not a question, just thank you for sending that memo. It was really helpful to have all in one place.
I'll update it from time to time, but I'm not going to send something.
Okay, next is Drew Brayman, Interim Finance Director.
I will echo Lisa and Bill's comments, keep this very short. I did send an email with the updated sales tax. Welcome to have any questions that I can respond to that. And Kathy, you've been a huge wealth to us. Every time we're looking for a resolution or find something, you find it in 1/10 the time we do. And Katrina, I'm looking forward to working together with you. So thank you, Kathy.
Great. Thank you, Drew. Any questions for Drew Brayman? Comments? Okay. Next, we're going to move on to the consent agenda. Resolutions and appointment to be voted on as a group unless any member of the legislature requests that a resolution or appointment be instead included separately and individually as part of the business of standing or special committees. Advisory board appointments. Agriculture and Farmland Protection Board, Eric Carey, Farm Representative, term expires December 31st, 2026. Environmental Management Council, Kate Darfler, Chair for the year 2023. Community Mental Health Services Board, Solimar Peño Vasquez, member, term expires December 31st, 2026. Elise Switzer, member, term expires December 31st, 2026. Travis Winter, member, term expires December 31st, 2026. Community Mental Health Services Board, Developmental Disabilities Subcommittee, Allison Weiner-Heinerman, community member, term expires December 31st, 2026. Community Mental Health Services Board, Mental Health Subcommittees, Jessica Connor, Community Mental Health Services Board member seat, term expires December 31st, 2026. Dan Doyle, consumer seat, term expires December 31st, 2026. Community Mental Health Services Board Substance Abuse Subcommittee, Solimar Peña Vasquez. Community Mental Health Services Board seat, term expires December 31st, 2026. Human Rights Commission, Pais Soyenka Ariwele, Commissioner, term expires December 31st, 2025. Office for the Aging Advisory Committee, Carrie Shearer, at-large member, term expires December 31st, 2025. Public Safety Committee, Resolution A, authorization to accept FY 2022 Domestic Terrorism Prevention Grant, Department of Emergency Response, ID 11361. Resolution B, authorization to accept FY 2020 State Homeland Security Program Grant, Department of Emergency Response, ID 11360. Resolution C, authorization to accept FY 2022 State Homeland Security Program Grant, Department of Emergency Response, ID 11359. Resolution D, authorization to accept FY 2020 Cybersecurity Grant, Department of Emergency Response, ID 11358. Health and Human Services Committee, Resolution E, Budget Adjustment, Social Service, ID 11376. Resolution F, Budget Adjustment, Tompkins County Office for the Aging, Unmet Needs, ID 11352. Facilities and Infrastructure Committee, Resolution G, authorizing 2023-1 Federal Transit Administration, Section 5307, Urban Formula Program, Grant Application for Tompkins Consolidated Area Transit, ID 11367. Budget, Capital, and Personnel Committee, Resolution H, amending Resolution Number 225 of 2022, authorizing 2023 payments of Tompkins Cortland Community College operating budget, ID 11346. Resolution I, authorization to disperse funds, County Administration, ID 11276. Resolution J, changes in positions, various departments, ID 11278. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Amanda Champion, seconded by Veronica Pillar. And if we could do a roll call, please.
Veronica Pillar?
Yes.
Lee Shurtleff?
Yes.
Mike Sigler?
Yes.
Travis Brooks?
Yes.
Randy Brown?
Yes.
Amanda Champion?
Yes.
Deborah Dawson?
Yes.
Rich John?
Yes.
Dan Klein?
Yes.
Ann Corman?
Yes.
Mike Lane?
Yes.
Greg Mezzi?
Yes.
Shauna Black?
Yes.
13 ayes, 0 noes.
Thank you. And let's go ahead and move on to Resolution K, and that is out of Facilities and Infrastructure Committee. Mike Lane, Chair.
Thanks. I'd like to move Resolution K, Marketing and Terminal Advertising Contract Extension, Ithaca Tompkins International Airport. That's ID 11353. And I notice that Roxanne Noble is here, if anyone has any questions.
Okay, that's moved by Mike Lane and seconded by Greg Mezzi. Hello, Roxanne.
Hi there.
Would you like to talk a little bit to the resolution for us?
Absolutely. So our current contract with BrandMint is due to expire at the end of the year, and we have been looking at hiring an internal marketing person, which we wanted to make sure we took our time, got a good job description put together, which we've done. We've sent that to HR. It's been reviewed and approved. So we've looked at all of that information. We've looked at cost savings. We've looked at what this person, an individual, will allow us to accomplish. With removing the contract with BrandMint once we get somebody hired and up to speed. Community outreach, we believe, is critical. We've seen the benefits of that so far. We've had community presentations, roundtable presentations. It'll be more cohesive with the county. I work closely with Dominic on getting the job description put together. We have Robert Henry, a great photographer. I just think this having the individual in-house will definitely help support and promote the airport. It'll give us a better messaging out to the community. They can go to businesses. They can sell the terminal advertising. We'll get 100% of the revenue from that instead of 50%. So that's what we're looking at doing. But we just need a little additional time on the current contract. And BrandMint, which was formerly Communique, is willing to help with the transition, making sure we have all of our files and documents, making sure that we're prepared to move fully forward with a new position, hopefully well before the 6 months, but I just want to make sure we get a good fit for somebody to work at the airport.
Thank you, Roxanne.
Yep.
And thank you, Mike, for bringing this forward. Are there any questions or comments for Roxanne or Mike? Okay, let's do a roll call vote.
Veronica Pillar?
Yes.
Lee Shurtleff?
Yes.
Mike Sigler?
Yes.
Travis Brooks?
Yes.
Randy Brown?
Yes.
Amanda Champion?
Yes.
Deborah Dawson?
Yes.
Rich John?
Yes.
Dan Klein?
Yes.
Ann Corman?
Yes.
Mike Lane?
Yes.
Greg Mezzi?
Yes.
Shauna Black?
Yes.
13 ayes, 0 noes.
Great, thank you. Now let's skip over to Budget, Capital, and Personnel Committee. There are 2 resolutions. Deb Dawson, would you like to bring those forward?
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to move Resolution Q, appropriation from contingent fund, software support from prior year, Finance Department ID 11374.
Thank you. Mike Lane seconds. Would you like to tell us a little bit about this resolution?
I think this is just some additional funds that we have to make up for a software carryover from the prior year. It's pretty standard.
Okay, Drew's shaking his head too. Any questions for Deborah Dawson or Drew? Or comments? Okay, let's do a roll call, please.
Veronica Pillar?
Yes.
Lee Shurtleff?
Yes.
Mike Sigler?
Yes.
Travis Brooks?
Yes.
Randy Brown?
Yes.
Amanda Champion?
Yes.
Deborah Dawson?
Yes.
Rich John?
Yes.
Dan Klein?
Yes.
Ann Corman?
Yes.
Mike Lane?
Yes.
Greg Mezzi?
Yes.
Shauna Black?
Yes.
13 ayes, 0 noes.
Okay, and next I have Resolution R, appropriation from contingent fund terminal pay finance department, ID 11372, and I move that.
If I could have a seconder, seconded by Lee Shirtliff.
And this is just how expensive it is to lose people from our finance department.
I think Drew agrees with that. Okay, any questions or comments? Okay, let's roll call vote, please.
Veronica Pillar?
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff?
Yes.
Mike Sigler?
Yes.
Travis Brooks?
Yes.
Randy Brown?
Yes.
Amanda Champion?
Yes.
Deborah Dawson?
Yes.
Rich John?
Yes.
Dan Klein?
Yes.
Ann Corman?
Yes.
Mike Lane?
Yes.
Greg Mezzi?
Yes.
Shauna Black?
Yes.
13 ayes, 0 noes.
Great, thank you. Next, we are going to ask Mike Sigler to bring forth his member-filed resolution.
You're going to make me dig that out, aren't you?
Yeah.
See how you are. You're lucky this is happening at all, Lana, with me. Kathy, as your last order of business, can you help me out with the page number?
42.
Why Danby is actually the crown jewel.
Page 42.
Appointment of election commissioner. Whereas election commissioner Tamara Scott retired effective December 2nd, 2022, and whereas the Tompkins County Republican Committee at its December 12th, 2022 meeting recommended Alana Congdon for appointment to fill the existing vacancy in said office for the remainder of the term, effective January 9th, 2023. Now, therefore, be resolved on recommendation of the Tompkins County Republican Committee that Alana Congdon be and hereby is approved Republican Party Elections Commissioner for the remainder of the existing vacancy effective January 9th, 2023 and ending December 31st, 2023.
Can I have a seconder, please? Seconded by Lee Shirtliff. Mike, would you like to add anything more?
I think she's terrific.
That's great.
Oh, she is. Alana has worked for the county 23 years? 23 years in the clerk's office, so you must know her. I would hope you know her. If you haven't, I would recommend meeting her. Beautiful family out of Danby. There you go. And, just someone who's really invested their life in the community, has really invested their life right here in Tompkins County, has gone to TC3. I mean, you want to check a bunch of boxes? Heck, I'd run her for office if I could. Oh, I did. And you got elected to this. So, no, I didn't run her. She came forward to take on a challenge that, frankly, is not what she's done before. But we are confident in her. We are confident that she'll be able to do this job extraordinarily well down there at the Board of Elections. You have a great person in Steve. I'm so happy that she stepped forward to come and do this. And frankly, leaving the clerk's office, it was nice to see her boss, Maureen, come forward and advocate for her position at the Board of Elections. It's not often that you see someone reach out to their boss and their boss actually come. I don't think it was to get rid of her out of the clerk's office. So it's great that she will now be, a department head for the county. And that's about it. Lee, do you have anything?
Lee Shirtliff.
Certainly do. Let me preface this. Back when Kathy was first appointed as clerk of the legislature, I was a brand new Republican elections commissioner. We came in about the same time, and it's been great working with you, Kathy. It was at a point in time when students were just given the right to vote in Tompkins County, which changed the mix here and the numbers of registrants in Tompkins County. It was just before the National Voter Registration Act was implemented, which brought about motor voter. It was just before we began to look at the complexity of electronic voting systems and digitization of signatures. I thought it was pretty complex back then, but nowhere near as complex and complicated as the administration of elections has become over just the past few years. And I will tell you that the recommendation that's before you tonight is a proven public administrator who has experience working at many levels in Tompkins County government, who understands the fundamentals of project management, personnel management, budgetary management, and who will be one heck of a public administrator for the Board of Elections. And I'm pleased to second this nomination tonight, and pleased that we have this candidate to put before you as a new department head. Thank you.
Thank you. I will also just pipe in and say, I think you have a wonderful candidate. Thank you for bringing her forward. Deborah Dawson?
Yeah, before I sing Alana's praises, I just wonder if there's anything Lee Shirtliff hasn't done in Tompkins County. No, I just wanted to say that I ran into Maureen Reynolds at BJ's the day after the meeting at which you were proposed for this position, Alana, and she sang your praises. She's really sorry to lose you. You've been of great help to her in the many complex tasks that our clerk's office takes care of. But she's really happy for you with this new opportunity and has every confidence that you will excel. So welcome.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, let's do a roll call vote, please.
Veronica Pillar?
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff?
Yes.
Mike Sigler?
Yes.
Travis Brooks?
Yes.
Randy Brown?
Yes.
Amanda Champion?
Yes.
Deborah Dawson?
Yes.
Rich John?
Yes.
Dan Klein?
Yes.
Ann Corman?
Yes.
Mike Lane?
Yes.
Greg Mezzi?
Yes.
Shauna Black?
Yes.
13 ayes, 0 noes.
Okay, it is 7:17. I think it might be a good time for us to take a little bit of a break. Why don't we reconvene at 7:30? Then the fun will begin. Okay, I am going to turn this over to Legislator Randy Brown so that he could bring forth his member-filed resolution.
Thank you, Shauna. This is resolution number 11389. This is a resolution to remove Community Recovery Fund application 198 for second wind campsites in Newfield, New York from the Community Recovery Fund grant recommendations. Whereas the Tompkins County Legislature established a Community Recovery Fund of $6,500+ million from and received ARPA funds and selected committee to review and recommend grants to the entire legislature. And whereas Second Wind Cottages submitted an application for the establishment of 25 campsites with seasonal structures for the purpose of creating a low-barrier homeless encampment. And whereas the Tompkins County Legislature recognized severe homelessness is increasing and solutions are needed and sought to address homelessness and the negative impact on all residents of Tompkins County. And whereas the Community Recovery Committee is recommending the funding of the Second Wind campsites in New York with a total grant of $510,098 to the full legislature. And whereas the Newfield Town Board, after reviewing the application, meeting with the applicant via Zoom, and reviewing first responder response times, voted unanimously to oppose this development and provide a resolution to this effect. And whereas the current encampment in the city of Ithaca, where 25 homeless people may be relocated from, has had 319 calls to 911 in 2022. And whereas first responder times in Newfield are some of the longest in Tompkins County and recorded an average of 23.1 minutes in 2021, an increase of 9.6 minutes from 2017. And whereas our residents, businesses, community were not informed of this project until very recently and have serious concerns of the negative impact to their neighborhood, now therefore it be resolved that the Second Wind campsite application be rejected, the funds be allocated to other deserving applications that did not receive funding recommendations. So moved.
Thank you, Randy. Can I have a seconder, please? Seconded by Deborah Dawson. Randy, do you want to talk a little bit to the resolution?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Okay.
I've looked at this quite a bit. I've met with Second Wind's people, including Dave Shapiro and Carmen Giddy, and met with the town board of Newfield. I actually have spoken to 43 people in the town of Newfield about this. Of those 43, 39 were definitely opposed to it. 2 were undecided and 2 were in support of it. That's just, anybody I ran into, I asked them. I explained it to them, and that's the feedback we got. I represent my constituents. I'm not opposed to some other program that Second Winds has done. They have done more for affecting homelessness in Tompkins County than any other entity in the last 10 years, to my knowledge. But I just think this is not healthy for Newfield, so that's why I presented it.
Thank you. Travis Brooks.
I'd like to make an amendment and table Randy's resolution and give Second Wind an opportunity to find their seeker, because unless they find a seeker, this is a pointless conversation. Do I continue?
Okay. Rich John seconds. Conversation on the amendment. Okay. Let's see here. Randy, Mike, and then Rich.
I think we ought to vote it up or down tonight.
Randy?
So this is just commenting to his amendment?
Yes.
I'm opposed to it.
Is it a motion to table or postpone? You want to tell us what the difference is?
If I'm correct, I believe the motion to table is not debatable.
So it would be to postpone.
Okay. Okay. Rich, John?
Thank you, Shauna. I'm ambivalent on the underlying resolution. As everybody knows, there was a proposal floated.
So this is for the amendment?
This is for the amendment.
Okay.
To develop a proposal called Tides. What happened was the people running Second Wind became really frustrated with the slow pace of the city and us in moving that forward. And the grant program came along and they took some of the proposals of Tides and put in their grant application based on it. As David Shapiro said in his public comment, it's not Tides, it's a bit different, but I'm not sure it's better. It's not at the place where the people who need it are. They're in the city, and it's going to be much farther away from services. It's also true what Randy's resolution says about response times. Whether you're really going to need emergency services there or not, I'm not sure. There's another element I am concerned about in that.
Rich, is this for the amendment?
This is for the amendment. I'm saying why we should postpone this.
Okay.
Sorry for talking on it some length, but I really think we need more time on this. And we're facing it in an area where there is not community support. And in preparation for this, I talked to George McGonigal, who went to his colleagues, and he received support from 8 Common Council members that will be sitting next year to say they are committed to work with the county to develop something for a Tides-like proposal, not necessarily Tides, but in the city. We have a moment here where we have $100,000 we put into contingency in our budget. The city put $100,000 in. We have a new position for a homeless coordinator. The city put in a homeless coordinator. And we've got a big block of money. And I understand, I'm going to hear the argument, but that's not our process. We set up this grant process. We can't deviate from it. And I see the danger in that. I am a process person, as you all know. At the same time, we built our process to help us make the best possible decisions we could about how to use this public money. And I'm ambivalent because I don't think putting this in Newfield is the best use of our public money. I would really value additional time to evaluate this and for us to consider how to do this the best way possible, because if we vote this resolution in and this money goes away, it goes away. And the problems we have in our community aren't going away. We're going to have to address them with money we're going to have to find somewhere. We have the moment now where there is potential funding that could do something really transformative and meaningful where the problem exists. I would like us to take more time to at least think about this. Thank you.
Okay, Mike Sigler, Deborah Dawson, and Amanda Champion.
It's my understanding there might be a move later in this meeting to table kind of the entire thing. So I'll wait on that. So in respect to this amendment, I don't particularly want to table just this one item. I want to give some assurance to the people working on this. I'm looking at this going, homelessness preceded COVID. It is a problem that we've struggled with for years. I mean, there's a guy living in the jungle there for 20 years. I mean, it is something that we just have not. And frankly, I blame the city much more than I blame the county. I'm sorry. It's not like we're not sending services down there, or not like we wouldn't bring people into services if we could. So I'm glad that the city's finally on board. My promise to you, I guess, you're not the leader of the whole organization, but this is clearly an issue that you've taken up because of, public safety. When we get a proposal that can get 8 votes on this committee, of this body, I'll be on board to fund that. And it won't have to come out of this money. And it may be expensive. Like, if we decide instead of a Tides thing to set up a shelter that has services within that shelter, that's going to be pricey. I don't think it's going to be more than Tides, but it could be. I mean, we could be talking $3 million, $4 million. I mean, I don't know what the cost is going to be. But the situation as it stands right now, I see as untenable. It was untenable before COVID. It's untenable now. So I'm not as worried about this money, as you say, going away. We have the money. I mean, we have it in our fund balance. I know people don't want to spend that, but kind of like that's why you have it there. So this is an issue, I think, that kind of transcends what we're doing right now. So that's if that relieves you at all, I don't know, because it's just me saying that. But that's kind of where I'm at with it. So I don't have any problem with Randy's. I don't think this checks any really of the boxes for me. I think it moves people, well, that's on the main motion. So that's it for the amendment. Thank you.
Okay. Deborah Dawson and Amanda Champion, just a reminder that this is the main motion. It's not the project itself. It's on delaying it.
Yeah, so let's review where we are procedurally. I mean, first of all, this second wind thing was never part of a formal resolution that came out of committee. So it's kind of a footnote to the main resolution. And it was always going to be dependent on the result of a seeker. Randy's motion is to remove it entirely from consideration under the Community Recovery Fund ever and ever, because Newfield is not on board with this. So his resolution wants to remove it. I don't understand procedurally how Travis's amendment really changes where we started out, because, I mean, basically, to move to postpone consideration of Randy's motion is to just leave us where we started, which is, you know, maybe someday when there's a seeker, and if it's a positive seeker, then the entire legislature would consider whether or not we wanted to fund the second wind project, despite the opposition of the town of Newfield. So honestly, I mean, I understand why you might want more time to consider this, but if that's the case, then I think your vote on Randy's resolution would be a no, because you'd still end up having to reconsider all of this after the seeker is completed. So my feeling is that I will vote no on the amendment, because I don't think it gets us anywhere.
Thanks, Deb. Amanda?
I'll pass.
Thank you. I just want to pipe in a little bit. I agree with Deborah that essentially if we postpone this, then it's going to do exactly what those that vote against this resolution would achieve. If this resolution does not pass, then we would go forward with seeker. We would receive the results of that. Assuming seeker is approved, then at that point, this legislature would vote on if they fund it or not. If there are issues with seeker, or if in fact we move forward with our other resolution and say they have 90 days for a positive seeker, then we put a time frame on that. If it doesn't pass in 90 days, we open up the funds. We look at other options. So I'm not going to vote for the amendment because I feel like we're kicking the can down the road. And if this is not going to pass for this legislature, we need to open the funds up. I don't want them held if it's not the will of the legislature to move forward. So are we ready to vote on the amendment? Greg?
Could I ask a point of information? Just to clarify, how many are we waiting on seeker for in general?
Dan?
Yeah, so the only one that's been approved, or that's on the list right now, that we don't have the seeker ready for is Second Wind. There are two more that have been completed, and those resolutions come later in today's agenda.
Okay.
And then there's about 8 that didn't make it to the list so far that also need seeker.
So this is the only one that needs seeker, just to clarify.
The only one that needs seeker that's on the current list.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear. Thank
And
you.
that's why it's a recommendation for the future rather than a part of the resolution that came out of committee.
Thank you for clarifying.
Okay, so right now we will vote on Travis's amendment. And Kathy, can you repeat that for us?
His motion was to postpone the resolution until a seeker review was completed.
Okay, any further comments? Okay, let's do a roll call, please.
Veronica Pillar?
Yes.
Lee Shurtleff?
No.
Mike Sigler?
No.
Travis Brooks?
Yes.
Randy Brown?
No.
Amanda Champion?
No.
Deborah Dawson?
No.
Rich John?
Yes.
Dan Klein,
No.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
No.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
No.
we have 5 ayes, 8 noes. Motion fails.
Thank you. So the original resolution is on the floor. Rich John?
Point of information. The vote on this, if the motion or the resolution does not pass, we will get to vote on this again.
My understanding is after the seeker, we cannot officially vote on that this evening because we do not have the seeker. We cannot allocate the funds.
So we will have a chance to.
That's right. Yes. Dan?
I think it's just worth mentioning, I think most of you know this, but that is all true, everything that just got said. And because it made it to our recommended list, we have set aside $510,000.
Which will be tied up.
We're not voting on it, but it's taken out of the pot.
And if for some reason the seeker is not approved, the head agency is going to be Newfield. If for some reason they come back and say that it's not approved, then we're going to have to go back to the drawing board, and we will, by default, essentially have $510,000 that we will need to allocate.
That's how I see it too, yes.
Okay. Any other questions or comments as we're voting on Randy's resolution?
Are we going to address the resolution?
Yeah. Deborah Dawson?
Yeah, I would just like to say that I'm supportive of Randy's resolution simply because, as a matter of comity, I do not want to be funding a project or enabling a project that the host municipality is so much opposed to. And I think that the reasons that they raised, the slow response times, the lack of services, I think that those are really good reasons not to put a homeless community in Newfield. So I support your resolution, Randy, and I'll vote for it.
Okay. Mike Lane, Rich, and Greg?
I'm going to support Randy's resolution. I was very impressed by what we heard from the supervisor of Newfield last time, and also by the resolution. And I compare it to the Second Wind project in Dryden, which I realize is smaller and it's for females. But it seems to be in Dryden, in the village, that project is welcome. So it's not about Second Wind. I think it's about this particular location and proposal that's being made.
Thank you, Mike. Rich, John?
Yes, I will vote against the resolution because I want to preserve the money for us to make a decision on later, and I'd like to preserve it for purposes of addressing homelessness. But I may not vote for the resolution that will come if it does pass seeker. Thanks.
Greg Mezzi and then Veronica Pillar.
Yeah, gosh, this is a tough one. It has been challenging to process, and I've probably in my mind gone back and forth on this quite a bit. I think the issues that this is addressing is not an Ithaca issue. It's not a Newfield. It's not a Dryden. It's a Tompkins County issue. We're the Tompkins County Legislature. I think this is a proposal that was brought to us for consideration. I hear that some people don't want it in their community. I don't think anybody wants any of this in their community because they want to solve the problem. But right now we have to take incremental steps to find a solution to eliminate these problems or reduce these problems in such a way where they're not a health emergency in one part of our community or the other. I think that there's an opportunity here. I think we don't know what this type of program in a location like that could do for the community that this would be serving. I know we don't want it always in our backyard. We don't always want it next door to where we live or where we work or where we recreate. But these are people, and these are opportunity for people to have shelter and some structure and some programming. And maybe this will do them a world of good. maybe taking a few people out of downtown Ithaca and putting them in Newfield, they'll get to experience what you love so much about living in Newfield and what everybody else enjoys about living in Newfield. And maybe that really will be transformative. So the longer I've thought about this, the more I would like this to go through the process. I think we sort of snapped back at others a little bit through this process for providing additional information in the process or changing requests or trying to come at the process in some way. But the Newfield Town Board has done an excellent job inserting themselves here, making it clear. And now we didn't solicit that really in this. They just provided that commentary through the channels, and it's a big piece now of deliberation. I think we have an obligation to hear some of that, but if we're going to take all of that into consideration, I think all of the other public comment that we've just sat through, all of the other public comment that we received during in emails, we should also give the same consideration. The committee thought that this would be a good project. I think it's worth letting it go through the seeker process. And hopefully we can get the town board to say that, hey, this is a proven organization that's done really a great job in our community, and hopefully they'll do a great job in executing this. But I think we need to try something, and this is something that we have in front of us at the moment to work on. I think there's other funds to address other critical needs within the community, which Rich brings up. So I've kind of gone back and forth on this one, but I unfortunately can't support the amendment because I do want this to go through the process, because I think we owe it to 25 residents of Tompkins County to try to give them a better quality of life, because that's why I joined the legislature, was to create a better quality of life for all residents in Tompkins County. And I think it's unfortunate that Newfield doesn't want to be a part of that solution.
Thank you, Greg. Veronica Pillar and then Mike Ziegler.
Thank you. I basically agree with all what Greg said, and would just like to add on and so I will not be supporting this resolution because I do want to support Second Wind's project. One of the concerns was about its location in Newfield for a couple of reasons. One was, pulling people away from Ithaca who it's suspected already live there and where a lot of the services are. And I think, we don't know who's going to be living in these, are these cottages, cabins? What are the structures? Okay, there, thank you. In these structures, but as some commenters described, it's not necessarily folks who live in Ithaca now. Plus also a lot of the same folks who seek out Second Wind support are, like Richard Rivera said, people experiencing civic trauma around the service providers and institutions, and are not gonna go, even if they can physically walk down the street to go there, they're not going to. They're gonna need support from someone else anyway, at which point, maybe that person can bring a car or whatnot. And another piece that I think, in a conversation that Shauna had shared with some of us, that David Shapiro from Second Wind had pointed out that in Newfield, there's a lot more physical space for people to spread out, as has been done with the Second Wind cottages now, in a way that there isn't as much of in the city, as close to the middle as you get, and that having physical space to not be living on top of each other is helpful for people to not, get stressed out at each other's throats in fights, whatnot. And so in that vein, Newfield is a good place for this. And then lastly, it seems relevant. I know we've been getting a lot of emails recently, but there was one that came in just a couple hours before this meeting from someone saying, I'll just read a teeny bit. I live in Newfield on Burge Hill, not far from Second Wind, and feel the cottages community has been a wonderful addition to the town. I'm aware of and concerned about incidents of crime in my neighborhood due to drugs and/or transient individuals. None of my concerns result from people living at Second Wind. I've had no reason to suspect or fear these neighbors in the past and don't believe the expansion will give me any reason in the future. That's just one person, not someone I know, but it's not the first time I've heard that type of sentiment.
Thank you, Veronica. Next is, I have Mike Ziegler, Travis Brooks, and Amanda Champion.
So I do agree with most of what Greg said, except for the fact that he's portraying this as NIMBYism, as if Newfield doesn't want to be a part of that solution. The people that have spoken out on this, like the town supervisor Allingers, that's not been my experience with him. So this is being portrayed, the facility that's being built, as if it's an expansion of Second Winds. That's not actually what this is. This is a different kind of facility, right? It's my understanding, and I've been around Second Wind for a long time, and I know when it was built, right? You go in, there was a religious aspect to it that, it's almost like AA, right? There's a religious aspect to that. I don't know how big the aspect is, but there is one. And I'm not against that. I think that's a good thing. The other thing about it is not a wet facility up there, to my knowledge. You can't go and bring a six-pack into one of the cottages. It is cottages. They have heat. These are supposedly going to be more of a campground kind of thing, and that's why they can actually put it on that land. So let's put that right there. If I'm looking at the county as a whole, it's not about it being in Newfield per se. It's just if I were to pick a spot, that just wouldn't be the spot I'd pick. I mean, I don't particularly like having the O'Connell Lodge in the village of Lansing. I don't know where Deb went. As the drop-off point for a lot of folks, but I get it. It's close to the health department, it's close to the sheriff's department, it's close to several bus lines, it's close to a supermarket. I get it, right? This is close to nothing. Like this, you can't walk to the store, you can't walk to the supermarket, you have to wait for a bus line. I've picked up hitchhikers there because they need to get to wherever in the city. This would be like if you came forward and say, I want to put it in Caroline, I'd be like, that makes very little sense to me. It just, not because the people in Caroline don't like it, it just doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me. I think there's certainly room for folks. I think I've talked to several landlords. I know there's room in the city of Ithaca close by where our services are. It just, again, doesn't make a lot of sense for me to put this on the outer reaches, to further isolate people who are already isolated. It would seem like you'd want to bring them in so that, yeah, I can visit 5 people in the city, whereas if I've got to drive out to Newfield, that it just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Thank you, Mike. Travis Brooks.
So if we took this vote last night, I definitely would have supported Randy's resolution. And as I thought last night, and as I thought about it today, we need housing, period, in this county. Housing is a premium for folks. Let's not pretend that we only need 25 units, right? We need 200 units. This does put a dent in our housing crisis, especially for those who have no housing. There are people that like to live in Newfield. There's people that like to live in Enfield and Groton and live away from people. There's people that don't want to be on top of people. Some of these folks don't need the services downtown the way others do. There's room for this project and probably 4, 5, 6 other projects to address housing. I think at some point in time, we just have to do things that address our housing crisis. We have to put people in beds. We have to put people in places that support them and help them onto a better life. And, from last night to tonight, I have completely changed my mind. And I can't support this because we need beds, we need housing for people. And these are cabins, by the way. These aren't tents, these are cabins. And we need to get people in housing. And most of these folks probably aren't coming from the encampments anyway. So there are people that need beds too.
Thank you, Travis. Next is Amanda Champion and then Randy Brown.
Great, thanks. Yeah, I just have been thinking, everyone keeps saying we need to deal with this situation. We have so many homeless people. Winter is here. People are cold, that we need housing. This is housing. And bottom line, we need all the kinds of things that there are, and this is one of them. So I will vote against the amendment.
Thank you. Randy Brown, and then I'll hop in real quick.
Yeah, thanks for everybody's comments. I take offense for Newfield not wanting to be part of the solution because we have 18 cottages there now and are willing to do more of those. We interviewed with Mr. Shapiro. I spoke to him today in length, the way they're portraying it is not true. They said very specifically this was low barrier, and I asked him specifically, would there be drugs allowed? He said, yes. I said, would be alcoholism allowed? Yes. And now they're saying that's not the case that this is going to be? That's a quote from him. He also told me very specifically the reason they're doing this is because they're so frustrated with the city that they saw an opportunity, so they're going to grab it. So they did. And I appreciate that they've done more than anybody else in the county to address this problem. And the city's done nothing, right? So, I mean, just let it sit. So for decades, it's gone to the city. So here's the solution, and here's the legislature going, well, oh boy, we're going to fix this problem. Let's send it to Newfield. Newfield will do the seeker if it comes to that case. And I guarantee you it's going to have to go to a second level because it will be found that there is potential problems for this in that area affecting the environment. So it's going to delay it even more. They'll get an attorney, and they're going to fight this. I'm just telling you right now, they're not going to go for this. They're not going to roll over and let. And when I look at this, this addresses Enfield as well. The reason I ran for the legislature is because I felt that Newfield and Enfield have been ignored for way too long. That we get very few services. TCAT, which does go by this development, goes on the opposite side of 13 once in the morning and 2 other times, and never comes back the other way. So they're going to have to cross 13 to get these buses. So, and it's 65 miles an hour, people flying back there. So, and you've seen them. And I've picked up many hitchhikers from there, and I'm willing to do that. I've even employed one of them. So I don't have an issue with the people whatsoever. But for the county to take this opportunity to say they're solving this problem, and because somebody stepped forward and you're going to put it to Newfield, it's just wrong. I mean, Enfield is completely ignored by the county. Newfield's completely ignored by the county. I understand they do social service and all those kinds of things. Nothing happens there. I mean, here we have a planning department that's got 11 people in it, and we've begged for help from them, and we get nothing. Joan Jerkowitz offered to help with the seeker for this. Well, I'm sure they would. The county will jump on it and probably approve the first round about it. So I just can't believe that this is going to be denied, and it looks like it's going to be, and it's going to be a fight. So, thank you.
I want to be very careful whenever we start talking about our county staff. I feel very much so protective of them and the work that they do. So I just want to put that out there.
I'm not
if there are concerns about our county staff, then I would ask you to direct those to Lisa.
Okay, I apologize.
Thank you. It makes me sad hearing the city versus county scenario, because it's not just going to be a Newfield center. It's a Dryden Center. It's a Trumansburg. They have cars. It's everywhere. And, you know, having the conversation about the city. Yes, the city has homelessness. Yes, the town of Ithaca has homelessness. We're all working together. And I think that, Greg, I think you nailed it whenever you said this, and Travis said, this is just one of many solutions, and Amanda, this is one of many solutions. This is a multi-prong way for us to address homelessness. This is going to house 25 people, and this project, with the Dryden project, with the other money that we're sending out the door, these are life-changing. This is the type of project that we initially had talked about investing in. And so I will not be voting for the resolution. I also want to be very, I want to let everyone know there were some concerns about the services that were going to be rendered. And I heard some comments about, you know, now they're going to expect the county to come in and pay money. And the conversations that I've had, they've already worked on setting up services with Reach Medical. So Reach is actually currently rendering services to the people that live there. One last thing that I'll leave you with is, out of all the emails that we received, we did not receive one email stating that Second Wind has been a bad neighbor. Okay, any other comments? Okay, Annie, do you have a comment up there? Okay. Okay, let's do a roll call vote, please.
Veronica Pillar?
No.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
No.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
No.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Rich John,
No.
Dan Klein,
No.
Ann Corman,
No.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
No.
Shauna Black,
No.
we have 5 ayes, 8 noes.
Okay, that fails. So at this point, I am going to turn it over to Dan Klein so that we can talk about our Community Recovery Fund.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move Resolution L, the Community Recovery Fund Program Awards, and then if someone seconds it, I'll have some remarks to make.
Seconded by Lee Shirtliff.
So I have a short summary of what's been happening and, you know, just to kind of sum it all up in one place as we potentially move to the end of this process. Last year, Tompkins County received approximately $20 million from the federal government through ARPA, the American Rescue Plan Act. We immediately began debating about how to spend this money, and the idea of distributing some of it to the community was settled on pretty early in the process. In the summer of 2021, we spent quite a bit of time debating about how much money to apply to these community grants. As much as $15 million was proposed at one point. In the end, we ended up with approximately $6.5 million. At first, we thought we would use the ARPA money directly. Then we thought we would use our fund balance instead. And in the end, we switched back to ARPA money to make our criteria and accounting a better fit for what we had in mind. Despite the slow beginnings of this program, in September, the pace really picked up. Our consultant, the MRB Group, did great work in assembling the details of the grant application and process, answering questions for grant applicants, processing and organizing all the information that came in, guiding us through the selection process, and being there every step of the way with quick responses and helpful guidance. To the MRB Group, thank you, and please put me down as a reference. In the end, we received 214 applications requesting over $32 million. We had approximately 2,000 pages of documents to look at. We had more than 15 hours of committee meetings. One of the lessons that I have learned over and over in this job is just how differently people view the world. The same lesson is clear in the individual legislator selections of which grants to fund. I think this may be one of those instances where, since no one seems happy, that means that we did a good job. And then after I wrote that, just a few hours ago, just earlier today, I read an article about the United Nations Conference on Biodiversity that's currently going on in Montreal. Pierre du Plessis, a negotiator from Namibia, said, quote, "All the elements are in there for a balance of unhappiness, which is the secret to achieving agreement," close quotes. So maybe that's what we have here, a balance of unhappiness, and maybe that will help us achieve agreement. One criteria that we did not use to determine how to allocate grant money was geographic area. As the recommendations currently stand, there are no projects physically located in Enfield, Groton, or Danby. However, I have a list that I can provide to anyone who wants of about 20 grant awardees who provide county-wide benefit, and it would not be hard to make the argument that even more of these projects benefit the entire county. We wanted the grants to be given to both businesses and to not-for-profits. There are about a dozen grant awardees who are either private businesses or directly serve private businesses. At the first committee meeting where we started to vote, I made a statement that these are all worthy projects, we wish we could fund all of them, and that we don't feel good about saying no to our neighbors and friends who are proposing these worthy projects. I asked for a show of hands of committee members who felt they agreed with those statements. Everyone raised their hands. I imagine that if I asked the same question of the full legislature, I would get the same response. So if you want, you can safely skip saying those statements out loud tonight with the understanding that everyone feels that way. Any no votes during this process should not be interpreted to mean that we don't think that that application is worthy. We simply had to make hard choices with limited resources. So those are my remarks. Thanks.
Thank you, Dan. And would you like to move forward the resolution?
It already has been.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
Thank you. Seconded by Lee. That's right. I'm rewinding. Okay. It's the revised version as well.
Looking for a point of information, clarification to this, Dan. Would you explain one point? This is the Resolution 121 designated $6.5 million. What we're bringing forward tonight are recommendations of 5.4. Can you explain what that difference is and what that means in the longer term?
Yes, thank you. Here's the basic math. You take that number that you just said, you add in the dollar amounts for the two resolutions that come next, the two seeker resolutions that are in our packet tonight. We had to pull them out because seeker requires separate votes. So you add those dollar amounts in. Then we also pulled out $510,000 for second wind. So if you add all those amounts together, you should get the full $6.53 million. If we vote yes on all these resolutions that are in our packet tonight, as we talked about before, we still have not gotten a second wind. We've set that money aside, but we haven't approved it yet. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, please, the last part.
Last part. So if we voted yes on all these resolutions as they appeared right now, tonight, then we will have done everything except $510,000, and that's being reserved, and I'm putting that in quotes, for second wind. And that money can only go to second wind when the seeker is completed and it comes back to us for a vote.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. I know it's a little complicated, and I'm happy to keep answering the questions. It takes me a little bit to get my mind around it, too.
No, I think it's important that those that are listening to this discussion know that we aren't at a final answer on second wind. And what's committed tonight are all the other organizations that have come through the committee and pending the two with the seeker review.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Great. Do we want to ask Dan questions, comments first, and then we can, once we have the ground rules and the information out, then we can start amendments? Does that sound all right with everyone? Okay. Randy Brown?
That's my question, Stu. So just an example, so if there's a particular one that's going to propose to be funded, then we would say we'd like to amend that specific one, like the first one on the list, so to speak?
That's right. As soon as we're ready, you raise your hand and say, I'd like to make an amendment. And the amendment, if it's to defund something, then that can be a straightforward amendment. However, if you want to add funding to something, you have to say where that funding is coming from because we're dealing with a finite amount of dollars. Did that answer your question?
It did.
So Dan, my question is, can you do them in a lump? So can you group them?
Yes, as long as the math works, that's a legitimate amendment.
Okay. Greg Muzzy?
So if there are some that members want to see removed, could that not go into a pile for then members to come back and say, okay, it looks like everybody's removed everything they want to remove. Now let's talk about what we maybe want to add. Does it have to be like, I need to give you all of my Tetris at once? Or can we sort of do it in like the removals and then the additions?
Well, you can certainly do it in any order you want. If the chair would like to set up that system where requesting that it's only the subtractions first, then that's the chair's prerogative. But short of that, anybody can make any amendment at any time.
Of course.
The chair is horrible at math, and I could barely do my son's 5th grade math. So just keep that in mind. Keep it simple. I mean, I'll do whatever you want, but Amanda?
Well, I think that begs the question, if I mean, I feel like maybe some people had some amendments that were going to take money out. We may get to a point where we have, we still have $100,000 to divvy up. I mean, I don't know if that's going to happen, but then what?
So we're not under obligation to spend every penny tonight, so my feeling is that that money would just sit there if we get to that moment.
Any other questions, comments about process? Okay, let's start with amendments. Mike Lane and then Randy Brown, then Veronica.
I had intended to bring forth an amendment tonight. I think I notified folks about that. That was contingent on there being some money freed up here, which by our vote earlier this evening doesn't seem to be in the cards, at least for tonight. But that doesn't mean, as you have pointed out, Dan, that in the future, depending on how the seeker works out, that money might be available for discussion in the future. So I don't know whether there's any other amendments there may be here. There are 13 of us here tonight to remove funding, but at this point I can't bring forth my amendment because I am not proposing to defund any other projects.
Thank you, Mike. I have Randy Brown, Veronica Pillar, and Mike Sigler.
14, I'd like to either remove or adjust. So you want me to list them all or do one at a time, or do you want me to do one and let somebody else go? Or
It truly is your choice. Sorry.
Well, the first one for me is number 348. It's the racker for the sidewalk. I want it removed because I think the money could be spent better elsewhere for people that need it. So.
Okay, can I have a second, please? Okay. Let me look at Annie. That does not have a second. You want to
keep going?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, the next one is number 137, Tompkins County Library. They received, I'd like to remove that one completely. They received an additional $429,982 in 2023, then in 2022, 11.9% increase. They're getting some funds from the total amount for the Newfield Library. I think it's $42,000. They're getting $7,000 of that money. And again, I think that money could be used better elsewhere.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder, please? Okay, there's no seconder.
All right. Number 237, Ithaca Neighborhood Housing, number 2, $57,500. I've looked at their annual report. They have $4,396,000 at the end of 2021, plus an additional funds in restricted cash in-house. This particular thing is to pay them for rents that they lost during COVID, and it doesn't do anything to help anybody other than to help their balance sheet. And I'm trying to free up some money for some other deserving things. So.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Travis. Conversation? Rich, John?
I guess I'd like to hear from somebody on the committee on why this was supported.
Deborah Dawson?
Yeah, INHS does a mountain of good in Tompkins County, and my understanding is that landlords who lost rents during COVID can either go after the tenants who didn't pay the rent, or I guess in one of my colleagues' words, suck it up. I don't particularly want to see INHS suck it up. I don't know the intricacies of their balance sheet. So from my perspective, the beneficiaries of this particular grant are not only INHS, but all the tenants who would otherwise be on the hook for back rent.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment? Okay. So before we vote,
I have a quick comment.
Oh, sorry, Dan.
I mean, it's housing. That's why I support it. Low-income housing.
Greg Mezzi.
Can we just sorry, I'm just trying to pull up the application as fast as we're talking. Can we clarify that this goes to tenants seeking rent relief?
It goes to INHS, so they don't have to go after the tenants to be reimbursed.
So it's to replenish INHS's rent that they lost during COVID.
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay, I have Dan and then Travis.
I'm just going to read the sentence from the application, if I may. Funding will cover operating costs for the uncollected rent INHS forgave for tenants unable to receive financial assistance between 2020 and 2022.
Travis?
So in hearing that statement, they said they forgave it. So it doesn't sound like if they don't get this funds, they're going to go after the folks. This sounds like they're replenishing their coffers, and I get why they would want to do that. But it doesn't sound like the tenants are in jeopardy of having to pay this back if they've already forgiven it. I do know that it's a great organization. They do a lot of great work in the community. There's no question about that. But I guess my question would be, if they're not going after the tenants, can we use that money to help out other people in the community? Is this going to break housing? I tend not to think so. So I definitely would support this money going elsewhere.
Okay, Deborah Dawson?
Yeah, I don't see what difference it makes what order the tenants being given rent relief versus INHS being made whole, one way or another. I just don't see the difference. I mean, the tenants have already benefited from INHS's willingness to forego the rents.
Travis?
I guess my comment to that would be, I get that, and I would like to see them be whole too, but I don't know if it's the county's responsibility to make them whole. There are a lot of landlords that lost a lot of money during this period of time that do good work, that do low-income housing, that rent to people that had tough times, and I don't know if this is our responsibility to provide that relief. Maybe it is. I tend not to think so, but $57,000 could go a long way to other organizations. The tenants, as they said in their application, have already been forgiven. So for me, that's important. If we don't fund them and the tenants are then going to be responsible for that money, I would say I wouldn't be against this. But because the tenants aren't going to be responsible, I'm not willing to support it. It's that simple.
Okay, so I just want to have a time check because we're at 8:24. We're almost an hour into debate. And we're on the third or fourth amendment. So we're almost halfway through our time allotment. I like healthy debate, but I just want to keep a time check. And I have 4 hands right now. So Greg, Veronica, and then we're going to vote.
Do we have any other landlords that requested rent assistance from COVID?
I cannot really answer that question accurately. It's too big I'm sorry.
I don't think that was under I don't think they were able to under the guidelines for recovery fund money.
But INHS is because they're a not-for-profit.
That's right. Okay, Veronica.
Travis's comments are making me think about this more deeply. So I looked back at the application and want to read 2 relevant things. One is INHS has forgiven $135,166 in uncollected rent for 2020 through 2022, and currently, as of September 30, 2022, has $144,602 in uncollected rent for units within Tompkins County that is unlikely to be paid by tenants or through financial assistance, and they requested $144,602, which is higher than what we were proposing giving them. So it sounds like what they asked for is money not for rent that they already forgave, but for rent that they don't anticipate collecting but hasn't yet been forgiven. However, when I look down at the project outcomes, they simply say INHS would not need to forgive the additional uncollected rent, which to me implies that they would forgive it, but I am just inferring from a single sentence.
Okay, so let's go ahead and vote on this, this amendment from Randy. It's INHS number 2, INHS 2 COVID rent recovery, and it would be to deduct this line item at $57,500.
So if we're voting yes, we want to remove this.
That's right.
Okay.
Okay, let's do a roll call vote, please.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
No.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
No.
Deborah Dawson,
No.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
No.
Ann Corman,
No.
Mike Lane,
No.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
No.
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 We have 6 ayes, 7 noes.
Okay, so my next one.
So that passes. No, that fails, sorry.
Fails.
Okay, sorry about that. Need some more
You
cheesecake.
really are bad at math.
I'm terrible at math. Certainly not my strong suit.
Clarification, Chairman. What does it take now to pass a motion? 8 votes, correct?
Right.
Yeah,
Even though
that is
we're
true.
at 13 members and,
Yeah, we still need 8.
okay,
Yep.
8 on anything.
That's true. Thank you, Lee. Okay.
The next one, I'm going to skip a couple, all right? So, so my next one is number 333 GIAC. I actually was going to increase funding for that, but I'm not going to now. But my question to, I'm going to vote for this, but my hope is that, we actually had a presentation in Enfield, and there are students that go to Ithaca, because they're teenagers, and 2 teenagers presented to the last town board meeting, and they said there's nothing to do in Enfield, period. So my issue is, we're going to fund all these things for GIAC, and you've gotten a lot of money. You're getting money from the city, you've got large grants for your gymnasium and other projects there. Is there some way you can figure out how to get kids back from, once they go to the Ithaca school, can they get to GIAC? And then can you get them a ride home? Do you have money for that? That's my question.
Point of order, I don't see how this is relevant.
Yeah.
I want to give them more money, but I don't know.
Here's the problem, is that Travis is serving as a legislator, and he's not in his capacity as a GIAC spokesperson.
Okay, so I'll just.
So I think we need to be really respectful of that.
Okay, I'll move on to the next one then. Because I can't give more money if I don't know where it's going to go. The next one is number 249, TC3 micro-credentials for $111,820. I'd like to, their minimum was $20,000. I'd like to reduce it to $70,000.
Can I have a seconder, please? Seconded by Veronica. And would you like to add some comment, Randy?
I'm trying to open up money for other things. That's what I'm focused on.
Okay. Rich John?
I attended a presentation at TC3 just this past week on their micro-credential program, which is really ambitious and really trying to make a difference with people who are on the fringes of good career choices. There's so much leverage going on in their micro-credential program to get people started on the pathway to a college education, but also to help people who are struggling to become employed or to become more gainfully employed, to gain skills, to gain promotions, and as a pathway to 2-year degrees and then to 4-year degrees, perhaps for some. I am really reluctant to cut funding here. I think this is certainly sitting in that presentation, you could feel the energy in the room, the alignment at TC3, the total belief in this program. I would hate to see us send a message that we don't want to support it as fully as we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. Mike Lane and then Greg Mezzi.
I agree with Rich, and this is helping us to build FTEs, which helps us get money back from the state.
Thank you, Mike. Ann Corman?
Thank you. I would just add that this is like seeding the program. Hopefully, we will eventually, or TC3 will eventually get some type of reimbursement for a program like this, but this is a new type of program. It also, in addition to the other things that Rich stated, this also helps with people possibly get union jobs, get jobs in manufacturing, which are increasing in the county, and also possibly to qualify or get some of the skills for the green jobs in the community.
Thanks, Ann. Anyone else? Okay, let's do a roll call, please.
Veronica Pillar?
No.
Lee Shirtliff?
No.
Mike Sigler?
No.
Travis Brooks?
No.
Randy Brown?
Yes.
Amanda Champion?
No.
Deborah Dawson?
No.
Rich John?
No.
Dan Klein?
No.
Ann Corman?
No.
Mike Lane?
No.
Greg Mezzi?
No.
Shauna Black?
No.
We have 1 aye, 12 noes.
Thank you.
Okay, the next one. My theory behind this, by the way, as I move on to the next one, is that many of these organizations have the opportunity to get funding directly from the county already, and by using ARPA funds, it leaves the people that are not able to get money direct from the county out. So the next one I have is number 250, Cuga Medical. I move to remove the total $1.5 million. I sent information out about their funding, how much they have, and I've had discussions with the CEO, and I've looked at their balance sheet, and I just think we need to open up money for a lot of other things that people spoke about today, and that's a big piece of the pie that's coming out. We also heard from Reach Chemical, a presentation yesterday, that a detox center does not work for people that are dealing with opioids. There's other solutions for that. They're much less expensive, and so I'm not going to get a lot of votes on that one either.
Randy, what was the figure, please?
$1.5 million.
1.5 million, because they had no minimum. So that's either it's $1.5 million or nothing at all, right?
The amendment is to remove 1.5 million?
Correct, because that's all that they're, I mean, they won't take half, for example. There's no opportunity to give them half, for example.
Correct. So by not stating a minimum, they have said if they receive less than the amount that they've asked for, the project will not go forward.
Okay, is there a seconder? Seconded by Travis. Okay, I just want to make sure that the project is understood, because we're talking about a stabilization, and it's not for detox, because that's something that Alcohol and Drug Council is doing, that they're providing drug detox. This is for medication stabilization for those that are suffering from mental health issues. Okay. Rich John?
This has been a long time project we've looked for in our community. It is a lot of money. However, this is something we do not have at present, and it would be a significant benefit and a complement to the detox center that is about to open, I believe, in January, but to address the mental health crisis side of it. You can do it in a supportive system or an intensive system. This is the intensive system. This is what we really need. This is transformative. This is what this grant program was really set up to do. And once it's set up and you start billing, it will be sustaining. So something we don't have in our community right now should be self-sustaining going forward. So this is a pretty good bargain. It's a big ticket, but if you think about the benefits it will provide for years and years to come, I think it's really worth it. Thanks.
Thank you, Rich. I have Travis, Mike, and Greg.
So I didn't second this as a suggestion that we shouldn't fund this. I do believe we should fund it. I sit on a lot of grant reviews, and people put in grants and they say they need X amount of money or they can't do the project. And then you have a conversation with them and say, hey, this is what we're willing to do. Will this work for you? And I wonder if CMC would take less money. I know they didn't put it in the proposal, But I wonder at the end of the day, if they were offered $1 million or 1.2 million, if they would say, nah, we can't do it. There is some money that could be freed up, possibly, if they would be amenable to that. It is transformative. I think it should happen. But I wonder if they would be willing to take less. And I'm suggesting maybe 1.2 million to 1 million to do the project, and then we could fund some of the other things that didn't get funded.
So I did speak to Marty today and asked that, and he said that that is the very bare minimum that they can, and if they do not get the full 1.5, they will not go through with the project.
That question was raised as a point of order at the committee, and there was an extensive discussion, Travis, and that was the answer. The consultants could tell you word for word what was told to us, but the very point that you just made was addressed and was brought forward at the committee level.
Okay, I have Mike Sigler, Greg, Veronica, Dan, and Mike Lane. Okay.
I'll be quick. When this money first got proposed from the federal government, I thought that looking at it, like, what did COVID kind of lay bare for us? And I think mental illness is one of those things that really was brought to the fore, that we've got a lot of people walking around with a lot of problems. And frankly, we don't, in this county, have a way to really kind of address that quickly. We have other services now. We've got the detox opening up, but that's brand new. That's amazing, though, that we have that. And I look at all the proposals that came through, and there were other ones that I think addressed what the federal government had in mind for this and what we initially had in mind for this. And this is one of those things. I really look at it and go, yeah, this will, I don't want to reiterate what Rich said, but once it gets going and once we get the foundation in, it probably will be self-sustaining or pretty darn close to it. And self-sustaining, great, but it also addresses something that I think really was. I mean, if we're looking around at our county and what's one of those major issues, mental illness was one of those. And I think this is a good way to address it, and I think we have a great partner. And it's kind of like an investment, too. I mean, we're investing 1.5, but the hospital is saying they're going to bring in an awful lot of money to do this. That's a pretty good investment. It's a good ROI, so that's why I'm supportive of it.
Thank you, Mike. Greg, Veronica, Mike Lane.
I fully support this. I guess I would like to amend. I'd like to take $750,000 out of fund balance.
So I'm not sure we can do an amendment of an amendment. Can we? Okay.
Second that.
Okay.
Or change the amendment to make it 750 if it's friendly to the mover and seconder. If it creates a different outcome, but I think
Point of clarification, I don't understand what your amendment just was.
I don't see that it's appropriate.
Right. Well, just because you disagree with my amendment.
No, I don't see how pulling $750,000 out of somewhere else has anything to do with anything in this particular amendment, which deals with how we are going to distribute the funds we committed from ARPA.
Sure, can I have the floor back?
Yeah.
Okay. The chair of the committee had suggested in this process that we look at all opportunities to get creative. I think there are projects on here, and maybe we can't fund this one with $750,000 of fund balance, but maybe there are other municipal projects where we could fund. I just think we should put some more money on the table because there's obviously going to be a lot of discussion here about other priorities when we have the funds. We have an opportunity right now. I know that Deb thinks the world is going to end and the global economic situation is going to get so bad that the 18% we have in reserves is not going to be enough and we're going to go bankrupt as a county. And
Okay, let's not waste time beating up on Deb. Let's move forward.
But again, every time this conversation is brought up, that's what the response is. And I guess I disagree, and I think if there's really good transformative projects and we're just sitting on a bucket of money, to take $750,000 out of that, which is really not that much, I think we could do a lot of good for a number of organizations that really could use it right now rather than just sitting and waiting when have a strong fund balance of 18% plus, plus, plus.
Point of order.
Yeah, Dan.
Just state again, please, your amendment.
Is to fund this with, if we're able to fund this with $750,000 of fund balance and $750,000 of ARPA money.
So that's your amendment to his amendment. And it got seconded?
And
That's, I mean, to me, that sounds like a legitimate amendment, but Kathy, Bill, anybody that wants to jump in?
Okay. The boss says yes.
Boss says yes?
Norma may have a question.
Kathy said that we can do that.
You don't think it's a legitimate amendment?
I don't see, point of order, I don't see how this is a legitimate amendment. We have a resolution before us, and this has nothing to do with me thinking the world's coming to an end. Thank you very much, Mr. Mezzi. We have a resolution as to how to distribute $6.5 million that we committed out of ARPA for this particular program by resolution last year. I do not see how we all of a sudden can pull $750,000 out of fund balance, which is completely separate from ARPA and separate from what we agreed to last year, and put it in as an amendment to this resolution. That makes no flippin' sense.
But it's legal, it's legit.
So I guess the one question that we should address before moving on is, are we willing to use fund balance? I think we should vote on that, because if we are, then this opens up everything else, right? If it doesn't, then it shuts down the conversation for the rest of our community recovery. I'm going to let Lisa speak.
So at the beginning of this process and after consultation with the legal team at MRB and our legal counsel, we determined that it was best to use ARPA funds for these purposes because it was already very clear through the Treasury the appropriate uses for in terms of using fund balance. There would have to be a determination made for each project, essentially, as to whether the gifting rules applied or didn't apply. So I think prior to determining whether we can use fund balance for each transaction, it would need to go through a legal review.
Okay, thank you. So I would ask if you could pull your amendment.
I guess for what outcome?
Because she's saying that it would have to go through legal review.
I guess my question is, we got how many dollars are, we can't what would that process look like? Should we just table the whole thing if we're going to go through ARPA? I mean, what's a legal review look like?
But so to restate, we don't have to go through legal review using the ARPA funds for projects and for particular projects. Some projects may be more cut and dry than others. And depending
Gifting.
upon.
We're worried
yes,
about
we're
gifting.
I understand what we're worried about. Are there any other ARPA funds that we could trade back and use and take those back and use those as, because we got more than 6.5 million in ARPA funds, and then use the remaining fund balance funds to cover those things that we've allocated already using fund balance, if that eliminates the legal question?
That would be, we would need to do that through county administration because we have committed ARPA funds for capital projects. We've committed them through this year's budget already. So that would also take a little bit of time on our part to do. It can be done. And I honestly, I don't know off the top of my head how much is available because we're trying to commit and spend based on the timelines.
Okay. Bill Troy?
Yes. Greg, I don't know if you remember, I was on the fringe of this. When the first proposal came forward, we were going to use our fund balance. And then it was pointed out that it's a gift. If it's a gift, those who voted in favor of it are personally liable for paying it back. So we switched horses in midstream, if I can use that metaphor, and that's why we went with ARPA. As your attorney, I would urge you not to backtrack on that.
Unless you want to lay out 750,000 of your own.
That's not how it works, Deb, but thank you. Is there do gifting rules apply to municipal projects?
I believe they do, and that was our conclusion at the time. And I think the folks from our advisory business that deal with this would probably
So every time we...
You know what? I'm going to hold out. MRB, can you please comment?
Certainly. I would stipulate, of course, I am not a lawyer, but we did consult legal counsel, outside legal counsel about this. And county general fund money can only be used for those powers that a county would normally be empowered to undertake. So you wouldn't be able to grant it to a third-party agency for something that a county is not authorized to provide as a service. So many of the grant applications that we receive are not services that our county is empowered under state law to provide. So the general fund money cannot be given to those organizations for that purpose. That was our understanding. So we counseled ARPA because ARPA doesn't have that restriction.
Okay, I have Mike Lane, Rich John, Mike Sigler, Randy, and Travis. And the time is 8:47.
I just feel, as Deb does, that this amendment is not germane and should not be allowed.
Thank you, Mike. Rich John?
Yeah, I think you touched a nerve, Greg, but which is okay, except that what we're not talking about is changing the amount granted to Cayuga Medical Center, which was really the matter that was on the floor. I think that your proposal is appropriate but premature right now, in that I think when we get to the end of Randy's list and everybody else's to see, did we actually remove money from the grants, then we know how much we have there. My understanding from my email, and correct me, Lisa and Norma, but there is money that could be put back. I think it was $1.6 million that was not totally obligated, and it could be construed as ARPA funds and put back into this program if we so chose. But I think we got to be really careful about that, doing that, and I don't know how I'd vote on that, but I think we're not there yet. I think we should proceed as we have been, because we've actually been making progress. And then at the end say, do we want to dip into fund balance or not? Well, ARPA, put more money into ARPA to distribute. But have the fight then.
I'll pull it.
I'm sorry?
I'll pull it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Sigler?
Well, since he pulled it, I mean, there's no reason to talk on it. I will say, though, what MRB just said, we are responsible for mental health services. So.
And there's 9 agencies that we do support in this process.
Okay.
Some way or the other.
Okay, next. So we are voting on Randy's motion. That's on the floor. I have Mike Lane and Veronica.
I just want to say that mental health is so important in Tompkins County right now. We've heard from our mental health director about their shortage of people in the mental health department who can respond and to the high demand of patients there. We know that we've had a lot of opioid crime, fentanyl, all of that. We know that we've had 3 murders in Tompkins County this year. There's a lot going on here, and we need to do something. And I agree that this idea is transformative, and I think we should not pull this money.
Thank you, Mike. Veronica, and then Amanda.
I have a clarification question about the amount of money in light of what Travis brought up. And I hear you that they need $1.5 million and no less. But in the application, in the original application, they had 2 budget scenarios. One was for if they received state funding to build a supportive crisis stabilization center, in which case they would need $1.5 million to basically upgrade it to an intensive one. And then there was another scenario where they did not receive state funding in which case they would need 1.85 million. And then I'm not sure what happened, but somewhere along the way, we were only considering the 1.5 million option. But earlier today, I learned that they did not receive the state funding, unfortunately. So can you clarify how that lands us at 1.5 million anyway, despite that not matching the application?
I believe MRB Group has something to say about this if I'm speaking out. If you don't, correct me.
Yes, so that's relatively recent news that we were informed that they did not receive the state funding. It was a relatively small amount of state funding in terms of the overall budget of the project, which is in excess of 10 million. They attempted to provide two budgets, which our program and our application process didn't really support, a backup budget in addition to the minimum ask. But what we do know is that the minimum that they provided, they only provided one minimum. They didn't provide two separate minimums under each budget scenario they presented. So we had to make a judgment call. The judgment call we made was that the minimum that they provided was going to be their ask in both budget scenarios. They're aware that this has been made.
Thank you. Amanda Champion.
Thanks. This is just a little slight sidebar, and it took me a few minutes to find.
What's the page?
We have our handy Robert's Rules.
Oh, look at that.
I just want to talk about decorum in debate. Number 43.21, refraining from attacking a member's motives. When a question is pending, a member can condemn the nature or likely consequences of the proposed measure in strong terms, but he must avoid personalities, and under no circumstances can he attack or question the motives of another member. The measure, not the member, is the subject of debate. If a member disagrees with a statement by another in regard to an event that both witnessed, he cannot state in debate that the other statement is false. But he might say, I believe there is strong evidence that the member is mistaken. The moment the chair hears such words as fraud, liar, or lie used about a member in debate, he or she must act immediately and decisively to correct the matter and prevent its repetition. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda Champion, Government Operations Chair. Okay, let's go ahead and vote on this amendment to remove the $1.5 million that has been allocated to Cayuga Medical Center. Roll call vote, please.
Veronica Pillar.
No.
Lee Shirtliff.
No.
Mike Sigler.
No.
Travis Brooks.
No.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion.
No.
Deborah Dawson.
No.
Rich John.
No.
Dan Klein.
No.
Ann Corman.
No.
Mike Lane.
No.
Greg Mezzi.
No.
Shauna Black.
No.
We have 1 aye, 12 noes.
Thank you.
Okay, and this is my last one, because the other ones were to give funding to other things, but obviously that does not exist. And it's number 300 Bangs Ambulance. They requested, we're actually looking to give them $150,000. I actually got contacted by constituents on how they felt that fire companies should have been looked at first, so that's why I'm focused on this. They need a critical care unit, which will cost them $125,000. So I'm moving that we move it from $150,000 to $125,000.
Is there a second? Sigler? Mike Sigler, second?
Yeah, I'll second.
Okay.
But the minimums that they're asking for is 125?
Yeah, the minimum was $125,000, I believe.
So you just want to cut 25,000?
Correct.
100,000 was the minimum, I believe.
Yeah. Sorry, but the $125,000 will buy them the unit. That's why I made it 125.
Okay. I will just add comment that whenever I went with Bangs on my ride along, they need more tools. That's not to say that Trumansburg doesn't need more tools, Cayuga Heights doesn't. Bangs provides county services, and I understand they're a mom and pop, they're a business owner, but this is a critical care automobile that they're trying to buy that will save lives. So that's my pitch for this. Any other questions or comments? Travis?
Just a question. They're saying that 125 gets them what they need, and they're asking for 150. I'm a little confused.
Well, the other 25,000, I think, was for communication equipment, separate from that.
So, okay.
Okay. Let's go ahead and vote.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
No.
Mike Stigler,
No.
Travis Brooks,
No.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion, Deborah Dawson,
No.
Rich John,
No.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
No.
Six ayes, 7 noes. Motion fails.
Okay. Greg Mezzi?
Yeah, I just want to, Deb, I apologize for questioning your motives. I realize that I used my words and sometimes we're competing against priorities, but I also think it's important to recognize nonverbal communication as well in the process. So I apologize for questioning your motives or intent or calling you out specifically as it relates to that. I don't mean to bring that sort of decorum here, so hopefully recognize that. But sometimes things people can't see and hear are also ways to communicate with members of the legislature, and I think that should equally be called out as well.
Thank you. Okay. Mike Sigler?
I have amendments. Oh, okay. I'm going to nix Amendment 1 that I sent you guys that's in the folder because, you know, it's not going to pass. So, but Amendment 2 I want to bring up. And the amendment number 2 is, so I've got 4 amendments, so I'm down to 3. Amendment 2 is remove all funding from the following application project. New Roots Charter School, Sustainable Workforce Development Program for Youth. And that was $160,000. I don't have anything against New Roots School. It's just, I read the application and I'm like, this is literally what they do. Like, this is the whole reason for the school being, I think. It's a charter school that's funded by your tax dollars with, you know, it's part of the Ithaca City School District. They get funding from the state, from your property taxes. So I guess I actually was surprised this was actually in the whole mix of things, just because they also, I mean, school districts were pretty well funded during COVID. I mean, I know Lansing got a lot of money. I know a lot of school districts got a lot of money. And I guess that's the rub on this one. I think it's probably a very good program, but like I said, it seems to fit into what they already do. And that's why I would just like it removed and opened up for other people, obviously. And I don't have any suggestion on where it should go yet, but that'll come later.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Randy, you seconded? Okay. Discussion, Deborah?
Yeah, I just have a question. I'm trying to understand how workforce development is what a school does, because I assumed that what a school does is provide an education that meets the requirements that the state sets for what an education should include. That does not necessarily, in fact, a lot of the times it doesn't seem that it at all turns out people who are workforce ready.
I'd answer you. I kind of think that's what school's all about, to be honest with you.
Well, yeah, except I think that that's an assumption that you're making, and I'm not sure that I agree with it. That's all I'm saying. You know, people.
My schooling up till I was 14 years old prepared me to be a busboy in a restaurant. And I got more education, and when I graduated high school, I was prepared to do other jobs.
Did you go to college?
I did, but it was college preparatory, and that prepared me for another job. So
yeah, so I guess that's my point. You know, that our educational system seems to be geared towards giving you educational qualifications that a lot of times don't prepare you for jobs in the real world. I don't know. I guess
that's more of a structural.
Okay, it's 9 o'clock, everyone. This is on the floor. Any other comments? Okay. let's vote on removing funding for New Roots Charter School, Sustainable Workforce Development Program for Youth, $160,000. Do a roll call.
Veronica Pillar?
No.
Lee Shirtliff?
No.
Mike Sigler?
Yes.
Travis Brooks?
Yes.
Randy Brown?
Yes.
Amanda Champion?
No.
Deborah Dawson?
No.
Rich John?
Yes.
Dan Klein?
No.
Ann Corman?
No.
Mike Lane?
No.
Greg Mezzi?
Yes.
Shauna Black?
No.
Five ayes, 8 noes.
All right. My amendment number 3 is remove all funding from the following applicants' projects. My rationale, I'll tell you at the end, it's very simple. Center for Transformative Action, that was $24,958. Brooktondale Community Center number 2, that was $24,000. Ithaca Babe Ruth Baseball League, $10,000. Listen, I understand these amounts aren't very big. I mean, what do we add up to, like 60 grand here? The problem with, I felt, these 3 applications, and I could have listed more. I mean, there were scores all the way up to 45. These just didn't score high enough. I mean, I'm looking at the scores. And, I mean, Ithaca Babe Ruth got 41, which there were people that scored much higher than that, and 34. And the Center for Transformative Action got a 16. I mean, that's pretty much as low as you can go. That was at the bottom of the barrel for this. And I get it. Listen, we have a committee, and they're going to make decisions on what to get funded and not to get funded. And I can support that up to a point. I mean, I can support that if you're deciding between something that got a 55 and a 50, or a 55 and maybe a 45, and you say, well, the 45 really aligns more with what we're trying to go with than the 55, okay. And that's why I didn't put some of the other ones on here, but I can't support something that got a 16 and then tell another guy, or another agency, listen, you're out of luck, even though this person scored so much lower than you. It kind of flew in the face of why we even had MRB. So that was my 2 cents on Amendment 3.
Thank you. Randy Brown?
Second? I do, actually. Thank you, Randy.
Okay.
Please state them again.
Sure. It was Center for Transformative Action.
Did you get it in your red folder?
Yeah, it should be in your red folder, Rich.
Thank you.
I'll pipe in here just for a second, because I think one of the reasons why Brooktondale Community Center went through was because we used that as a safety spot. Isn't that?
It's a shelter.
It's a shelter in place. And so we figured if people are going there as a shelter, if there's bad weather, they need a generator to keep people warm and safe.
And I believe it was one of 4 requests that they had in there, and
That's
one
right.
got funded through this process. Am I correct, Dan?
Maybe 3, but yes.
Three requests, and we ended up rating one of them at the higher part because of the shelter. There's a clarification from the committee.
Deborah?
Yeah, so I might be able to support your amendment if it didn't include that one, because that one serves a county purpose.
All right. I mean, I'll knock that one out. That's a friendly amendment, so if it's friendly to Randy.
Okay. Veronica?
Just about the scoring, the MRB scoring, which was super helpful, was also preliminary scoring, and I know that some of us didn't necessarily agree with the points for the subjective things. So, for instance, for the Center for Transformative Action project, got very few points, but I would have given them a bunch more given, maybe my understanding of the uniqueness of the project and the indigenous connection to this land. I am blanking on what's going on with the Babe Ruth Baseball League right now, but
Youth services, child care.
Yeah, and I can't remember how the scoring went there, but it may have been the same thing. So it wasn't, those scores weren't fixed, even though I get how that looks.
So the Babe Ruth, my understanding was it's a baseball program locally, and they were going to use the funds for scholarships for kids that can't afford doing youth sports.
I mean, listen, it's a noble project. I mean, I'm not saying it's not a great project. I'm saying it's hard to go back to other people that, and like I said, if it was they got a 41, if we were ruling them over somebody that got even a 50, you'd be like, oh, yeah, okay, I get it. We're in the 9 points. But we're talking people that got significantly higher. So, and again, it's $10,000. So I don't want to make a big fuss over it either, but
Okay. So
every project in here is worthy of, I would imagine, some funding.
So at this point, Amendment 3, Center for Transformative Action, 24958, and then Ithaca Babe Ruth Baseball League, an additional $10,000. So that would open up, let's see if I could do the math, 34,958.
You better be able to do that math, buddy.
I got it.
Or high school really didn't prepare.
I need to put a
for the
calculator right up here.
workforce.
I'm a SUNY kid, public school. Okay, any other questions, comments? Let's do a roll call.
Ann has a question.
Oh, sorry, Ann.
Yeah, thanks. As Veronica said, at least myself, when I looked at the application for the Center for Transformative Action, it was about really trying to look at it through the lens of, is it hard sometimes to fill out these applications, and really trying to think about that if we score some of these programs, especially this one, in light of, or comparing it to other organizations that were able to get help in filling out their applications. We thought it was just a really worthy project, and trying to look at, the Black, Indigenous population to really, and people of color, to really make sure that, for a relatively small amount of money, we believe this is going to be a transformative amount for this group. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. Okay, any other questions or comments? Let's do a roll call vote, please.
Veronica Pillar?
No.
Lee Shirtliff?
No.
Mike Sigler?
Yes.
Travis Brooks?
No.
Randy Brown?
No.
Amanda Champion? Deborah Dawson?
No.
Rich John?
No.
Dan Klein?
No.
Ann Corman?
No.
Mike Lane?
No.
Greg Mezzi?
Yes.
Shauna Black?
No.
We have 2 ayes, 11 noes.
And my last amendment, I'm not going to move because it's a spending one. And there's no money left. Thank you very much for your time.
Greg?
I have several deletions. Not several, just a small handful. The first one, the IFD hazmat meter. I think the Ithaca Fire Department, I know the city of Ithaca, I know that they serve the county in this process. I can't remember if it was 17 or 19 million ARPA dollars that the city got. You would think they'd be able to squeeze 45 out of that for hazmat meter. So that's why I think that this money would be better served towards the community need that we have in front of us, and hopefully that the Ithaca Fire Department and the city of Ithaca could continue to fund their departments adequately.
Can I have a seconder? Seconded by Randy. Are you seconding? Okay, seconded by Randy. Mike Lane?
Isn't Ithaca the hazmat group for the county?
Yeah.
Each fire department doesn't have hazmat.
Yeah, Lee Shirtliff.
Yeah, Lee
Mike.
has a lot to say about this.
That is correct. They are the hazmat team. And there were some requests from fire departments in here that I was unable to support at the committee level, but this is one that I did support because the hazmat team provides support to all of the departments in the county and are part of a regional consortium. Part of the agreement that dates back years is that in accepting the designation as the hazardous materials response team for the county would work to provide equipment, and this is an opportunity to provide equipment. We, through the county, were able to acquire Homeland Security equipment grant funding about 10 or 12 years ago that allowed for the purchase of a vehicle and a trailer, and weapons of mass destruction funds were available from the federal level that put a large amount of equipment into the hands. Unfortunately, those meters are now many years old and in need of replacement. I think this is legitimate.
Thank you. Greg and then Deborah.
Sounds like since this is maybe a county service, this would be a great use of fund balance.
Okay, Deborah?
Yeah, I was just going to say that the reason I voted for this was based on what Lee explained to us about the value of this to the larger county community.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else? Are we ready to vote? Oh, Lee Shirtliff?
One last chat here.
Yeah.
And the city does underwrite the personnel costs when they send a hazardous materials team out. We do attempt to make a recovery from time to time if there is insurance funding from a spiller, for instance, that would allow a recovery of those costs. But generally speaking, the city does not send a bill. They send a team out and backfill them with overtime. We provide equipment for them to use. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. Nice to have him around. Okay, let's do a roll call.
Veronica Pillar?
No.
Lee Shirtliff? Mike Sigler?
No.
Travis Brooks?
No.
Randy Brown?
Yes.
Amanda Champion? Deborah Dawson?
No.
Rich John?
No.
Dan Klein?
No.
Ann Corman?
No.
Mike Lane?
No.
Greg Mezzi?
Yes.
Shauna Black?
No.
2 ayes, 11 noes. Motion fails.
Okay, next.
Next one's Finger Lakes Toy Library. All about it. I think it's a great program, but their application is to extend hours. It's one-time funding for them to expend hours in the 2023 budget year, is my understanding. I think we should be looking at more sustainable projects than just quick one-time shots like this, because there was nothing about recovery or need from recovering from the pandemic in this process.
Sir, second by Mike Sigler.
Down here.
And I will just add that I thought this was actually a really good project. It's set up in our local mall, and the whole idea is that people that are no longer use their toys, drop them off, they clean them. It's a great way for families who can't afford toys to borrow the toys, just like a library. It's a good project. I think it's worth the money. $11,793 is what would be opening up. Any other comments, questions? Rich?
Yeah, if somebody on the committee could just talk to the sustainable aspect of this, because I take Greg's point, it's one time. We'll pay this, it'll open for a little bit, but then it's gone.
Also 4 hours a week.
I can provide a little bit as far as it is a newer project. They've been operating for a few years, was not around whenever my kids were little. And I think at this point they're looking for further funding to continue their services. MRB, do you have anything else to add? I see no. Okay, let's do a roll call vote.
Veronica Pillar?
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff?
No.
Mike Sigler?
No.
Travis Brooks?
Yes.
Randy Brown?
Yes.
Amanda Champion?
No.
Deborah Dawson?
No.
Rich John?
Yes.
Dan Klein?
No.
Ann Corman?
No.
Mike Lane?
Yes.
Greg Mezzi?
Yes.
Shauna Black?
No.
Six ayes, 7 noes. Motion fails.
Next.
Sorry, let me.
Just to check in, it's 9:15.
Reviving the downtown midweek Ithaca Farmers Market, $21,300. This is marketing funds from my understanding of the application. Also some staff to support this, and also fees that they would need to pay the city to hold it in the park in which they do. I think there's better uses of funds. Love the farmers market, love local farmers. Again, I think this is an opportunity for the city to step up and maybe waive the fees if food insecurity in downtown Ithaca is a priority for them. We shouldn't be putting county money back into city fees.
Randy Brown, or you second, Randy, sorry. I was just assuming. Any other comments? Dan Klein?
Like a quick one here, yeah. We did have several agricultural projects, and we turned them all down, most of them down, all of them down, I can't remember. And I supported this one because I felt like it touched on a lot of farms at once. It wasn't just giving money to a farm. And at the same time, it's also an economic development activity. So that was my reasoning for supporting it.
Okay, let's do a roll call vote.
Veronica Pillar?
No.
Lee Shirtliff?
No.
Mike Sigler?
No.
Travis Brooks?
No.
Randy Brown?
Yes.
Amanda Champion? Deborah Dawson?
No.
Rich John?
No.
Dan Klein?
No.
Ann Corman?
No.
Mike Lane?
No.
Greg Mezzi?
Yes.
Shauna Black?
No.
We have 2 ayes, 11 noes. Motion fails.
Next.
Newfield Historical Society, archive, digitization, and public access. $16,455. I'd like to remove that.
Seconder? Randy? Conversation?
Do I recall, and maybe MRB can help us with this, that this would support other organizations beyond just the Newfield Historical Association? Were they going to extend that service out to others? Do you recall that discussion?
I can pull up the application really quick and double check.
I made notes on that, and I'm trying to recall it.
I'm going to go ahead and go to Randy in the meantime. Randy Brown?
I read the application quite a bit. I met with the people. There's a group of about 9 solid volunteers there. I donate $4,000 a year to this society for 3 years in a row to help them with rent. I don't know if I can vote or not. But it's a good group of people trying to digitize things, and they're going to offer their equipment to other historical societies, so that's what it's about.
Good. I think that probably answers our question. Thank you, Randy. Any other questions, comments? Okay, let's go ahead and vote.
Veronica Pillar?
No.
Lee Shirtliff?
No.
Mike Sigler?
No.
Travis Brooks?
No.
Randy Brown?
Sure.
Yeah.
No.
Amanda Champion? Deborah Dawson?
No.
Rich John?
No.
Dan Klein?
No.
Ann Corman?
No.
Mike Lane?
No.
Greg Mezzi?
Yes.
Shauna Black?
No.
We have 1 aye, 12 noes.
So, Greg, just for time's sake, because it's 9:20 right now, and at 9:45, that will be 2 hours. Okay, thank you. Veronica?
Yeah, thank you. I wrote a little speech earlier, and I'd like to give it quick. First, I want to sincerely thank all the speakers today, though most had to leave, for your powerful testimonies, and I want to share my thoughts on how to move forward. We said that we wouldn't accept lobbying outside of the applications, and if I recall correctly, that decision was made in pursuit of equity. We knew that many organizations had existing relationships with legislators on the Community Recovery Fund Committee and would have easier access to lobby. And we knew that many orgs have a robust grant application infrastructure, while others don't. And we didn't want to keep this $6.5 million within the already established, already connected networks. But after hearing speakers today and speakers and writers over the last month or so, I think it's become clear that sticking to process wasn't enough to yield an equitable package. And I suppose this shouldn't be a surprise since we had to make up that process as we went. And I want to shout out especially Dan and Tracy and Michael from MRB Group for doing the lion's share of the work on that. We've heard today that Black-led organizations have been left out, that the farming sector has been left out, that the arts sector has been left out, that Enfield has been left out, as well as other sectors. Some of these omissions go against explicitly stated county intentions, though not necessarily for this fund. But for example, we accepted the food systems plan that one of our speakers spoke about, and yet have missed opportunities to further its goals through this program. I do feel confident that our recommended funding package, which I think has failed to be edited at this point, has many great things in it, and I assume that people happy with the recommended awards are not so motivated to spend an hour waiting to speak to us about it. But we've also heard consistent feedback that our funding package is not meeting some big community needs, and I think this is valuable input, and I don't think we should neglect it. One of our hard truths throughout this process was that we would have to say no to a lot. Roughly 3/4 of the applications were never going to be funded at all, given the amount of ARPA money we have. It's also true that we gave points to applications that could leverage other funds so that we could maximize the effects of this money. I'd like to offer in that multipliers don't necessarily have to be money. It could be collaboration with organizations, and it could also be funds we spend getting recirculated within our community and again, depending on where we put them. I was one of the 6 committee members who made decisions within the spreadsheet that generated this resolution. And if I could redo it now, I would do it a little differently. Based on how we sorted and chose applications to move forward for tonight's resolution, my individual changes that I might make would result in a different package. And that's a lot to hinge on one person's priorities, which have now already changed before we've made our final vote. So I'm not advocating that I get to actually go redo my spreadsheet, but what I would like to suggest is that we postpone this whole motion until the January 17th meeting. And in the meantime, I would like someone, it could be MRB, it could be a small number of legislators, I would volunteer to audit the list of proposed awards and the list of submitted applications for equity and balance. Specifically, I'd like to identify which organizations are Black letter owned, Indigenous letter owned, people of color letter owned, which ones are in which sector, like farming, arts, childcare, what have you, which projects are located in which municipalities, and which projects serve which municipalities, if this is discernible. I would encourage looking around other lines as well if people want to. And then between now and January 17th, maybe at the meeting in between, we look at the results and identify what categories we'd like to increase or decrease financial support for. I'm not proposing a specific plan for how we make our final decision, which I realize could be frustrating. It could be just more like what we did tonight. And it might be that we don't change the proposed package at all, but I think if we do this, we will at least have directly confronted the equity issues raised today, and we will have explicitly responded. And I think this would be good for our integrity and good, at least for communication to the community, if not financial allocation to the community. So I'd like to actually move that we postpone, if I'm understanding the difference between postponing and tabling right, the resolution to January 17, and that we do this kind of very bare bones equity audit in the meantime.
Seconded by Travis. Comments? I see Amanda, Randy, and Dan.
I would not support postponing this. We've been talking about this for a long time. There were people who wanted to get this money out the door immediately, and we're now a year and a half later. I was not on the committee. I certainly might have made different decisions and chosen different organizations to support. But what I keep coming back to is that we have $6.5 million that we're giving to the community, and that's amazing. I think what we keep forgetting in this whole thing is that that's amazing. And this huge list is a lot of people who are going to be very, very grateful. And I understand that people wanted to come and lobby for their organization, and I get that. They're fighting for what they believe in, but I really think that this is, I mean, you can pick and choose and make amendments, and I don't think any one project is more valuable than another. And this is a very good, broad gift that we're giving, that the federal government is giving to the community. And I think, I wish I had heard more gratitude tonight from our speakers, from all of us here. I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say. I think we need to get this money out the door, give these organizations a chance. And as we've said, as Dan has said numerous times, there are many, many wonderful worthy projects. I'm an artist, I'm a writer. I wish that we could give all this money just to the arts programs, but we can't. There's a limited amount. That's all I'll say.
Thank you. Randy, Dan, and Travis.
Appreciate your comments, Veronica. My notion of equity includes poor white people too. There's a lot of disadvantaged white people that have been disadvantaged and been on the backside of things for generations. So it's my only issue with that is it's not just black people or people of color. When I look at Enfield in the poorest district in the county, and they had a project that scored 64 for the Enfield Community Council, didn't get any consideration. They did 6 applications, they got nothing. So for that sense, I would like to review it, but I think that we should move forward. I think we are blessed. I hope that we can get a clear understanding of the fund balance. I'm with Greg on that. I want to understand what projects could be funded out of fund balance, which ones could not, would be helpful information for me.
Thank you. Dan, Travis, Rich?
Yeah, I have 2 things to say. First of all, quick look through says to me that we are granting or about to grant over $600,000 to primarily BIPOC organizations. So what's the exact right dollar figure that we should do that for? I don't know. $600,000 seems like a decent number to me. I don't feel like we have committed that we have done anything wrong in that department. I would also say that these categories that you listed, BIPOC organizations, arts organizations, farming organizations, and geographic areas, those were not outlined in our guidelines that any kind of requirement that we needed to fulfill any kind of quota in any of those categories. So in effect, if we say that we need to go back now and rearrange based on those categories, we are changing the rules at the 11th hour. So I do not support this. Thanks.
Thanks, Dan. Rich, and then I'll hop in. Or I'm sorry, Travis, Rich, and then me.
So I like what I heard from Amanda, and I agree with Dan to an extent. This is a gift that we're giving the community. And as a county, we have an obligation for equity, and we have an obligation for inclusion. And I don't think there's anything wrong with just doing an inventory. And if we got it right, we got it right. If we got it wrong, maybe we need to relook at things at the next process. Maybe there is some adjustments we need to make. But it is a one-time gift. And if we give this money out and we don't take care of the people that need to be taken care of, if we don't take care of people that typically are left out of the pot, then maybe we got it wrong. And if what Dan says and if the percentages work out, then cool. But I don't think there's anything wrong with just taking a look at it to ensure that we got it right. We're not going to have another $6.5 million to give out. So there's nothing wrong with looking at it. And maybe we don't do anything about it when we look at it, but we know and we could say that, we took care of different locations. We took care of different groups of people. And I would feel better about that. So at the end of the day, this is a one-time gift, and there's nothing wrong with getting it right. There is nothing about this that is going to please everybody. I don't think people should have just been happy about not getting money. I've been advocating for 23 years for nonprofits, and when you don't get it, you got to figure it out. So there's nothing wrong with coming and saying, hey, I wish you would fund this project. I wish you would fund that project. That's what we're here for. We're here to listen to the people. I'm thankful that people got 3 minutes, even though I felt they should have got 2 last night. It worked out well. Thank you, Greg. But I think we were supposed to hear from the people. Why wouldn't we? That would be insane not to have the people come in and talk to us and let us know what they think.
Thank you. Rich, Ann, Mike Sigler, Deb, and myself.
Yeah, certainly I think our process tonight demonstrated how difficult it is to reevaluate and change the decisions that were made by the committee. And I think it brings home how hard this committee worked on making decisions. And I would not have made the decisions the same way, but that's the way it is. That was what they were tasked with, and they went through it. You know, the one thing that I would mention is I'm looking over at Mike Ziegler, and Mike and Leslie Schill and I were originally tasked with doing what this committee did. We put a proposal together and brought it back to all of you, and you told us you hated our ideas, which is fine. But, you know, this is something you're never going to get right. You know, you want to try to make it not completely wrong. You don't want to miss the really big stuff. And I certainly won't start talking about what I talked about earlier in our meeting. But you gotta have finality to this. One thing that Mike and Leslie and I suggested that in hindsight, I wish we had really talked about was phasing, so that we had a second round, and we don't have a second round, where I think we could have tried to figure out, oh, we missed this or that. But at any rate, I wouldn't propose putting this off. I think we make a decision here. And then perhaps we consider the issue that Greg has raised of, do we want to add something more to fund some of these issues? If we do that, I would like to put it off past our January 17th meeting, because we will have another legislator joining us. And that person will have to live with the consequences, and perhaps they should be involved if we were to make any further allocations. Thanks.
Thank you. I just want to add a reminder that at one point during committee, we actually talked about the fact that not all of these funds that we will be delivering are actually going to be utilized. There might actually be projects that might not move forward. They might not get the other part of their funding. They might not be operating next year. And there was an assumption that at some point we could receive funds back into the pot that we as a county would have to distribute. So I did want to put that out there. Ann, Mike Ziegler, Deb, Lee, and Greg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I, as a lot of other people have done, spent untold number of hours reviewing applications, talking with my colleagues, talking with people in the community, and listening. And I really want the process, want this to be done, to put it to bed, spend a lot of time on it. However, to avoid putting the money towards organizations that we might ordinarily put money towards, or I really would like us to consider Veronica's amendment, because to look at things through a lens of equity takes a moment in time to pause and do that, and we have not done that. We talked about possibly doing that in committee, but we have not done that. And there's one thing about doing something and getting it done, but there's another thing where we really do have the opportunity, to look at it and do it right, as right as we can. And, if, as people said, if we looks at, okay, we feel it's equitable, then we go ahead. But if not, if we can tweak something, now is the time to do it. I do understand that we might have money coming back in, but for organizations, and in the community to hope that maybe they'll get some little bit of money left over, possibly, that's not, to me, I want to be more cognizant and build this in structurally. So I would like to take just a moment in time and pause and look at it. Thank you.
Okay, so it's 9:35. We have, let's see here, 5 more speakers. And we really need to start wrapping this up. And I understand there's a motion on the floor. We're going to vote on the motion. And then we're going to have to figure out if we're going to put this through tonight. And so I think our stop dead time is going to be 10 p.m. After 10, Cinderella loses her slippers, isn't that what happens, or turns into a pumpkin or something? I don't remember. Yeah, okay. Mike Ziegler.
So I was actually going to support this, but I mean, seeing what happened to the amendments, I thought I was pretty reasonable. I picked what I thought was the lowest hanging fruit, and those didn't get anywhere. So, and it's like, if you want to make a significant change to the spending here, you had to pick out bigger things like new routes or, you know, things like that, or second wind cottages. Without that, I mean, we're just nickel and dime it, and then we're just shoving money around. That's why, you know, while I appreciate what you were trying to do, there was really no reason to go kind of there. So yeah, I don't really know what a further study would do. I mean, 6 people voted on this in committee. They're not going to kind of move their position. Then they only need 2. You know, I'm just looking at the voting, and that's kind of where we are. So yeah, I just kind of think we got to move along, and get through it, and get to the end.
Thank you, Mike. Deb Dawson.
Yeah. I think sometimes what's equity is a matter of very personal perception. But when you talk about doing an equity audit, I look at some of the recipients of these grants. Ithaca Welcomes Refugees, St. John's Community Services for Sober Living and Reintegrating Services, the Village of Ithaca, Catholic Charities, Human Services Coalition, Suicide Prevention, Habitat, No Mas Lagrimas, CARS, Advocacy Center of Tompkins County, GIAC. I mean, how do you determine which communities benefit from those grants? I think everyone does. And I'm sorry, but I don't see how you do this audit based on who leads or owns an organization and separate that from who the beneficiaries are of these grants. I think that a lot of these grants will go to organizations whose services particularly benefit people of color, for example. I think that MRB actually included a rating for which applicants' services served, I think you called it a qualified community. Help me out here.
There were a couple equity considerations. One was a QCT, qualified census tract, that was defined by the legislation. And then also with respect to rating the metrics that the applicant was producing in their application, to what extent that they were equitable, defined on a diversity basis.
Right. So, I mean, I think a lot of that is built in. So I really just can't support delaying it to do some more detailed audit, because when you get right down to it, how are you going to audit who's served by these grants?
Thank you. Lee?
I'll be brief. I spoke last meeting about the danger in talking about the who's versus the what's, and I'm going to return to that briefly. I appreciate the speakers that were here with us at this meeting, at the last meeting, the emails that we got from lots and lots of sources. But it really was a commentary coming from the public from a handful of applicants. All good points, all good organizations, all worthy organizations, and the advocacy that they advanced in many cases was compelling. If I had it to do over again at our committee, I would vote a little bit differently given some of the facts that have come forward since, and I appreciated Randy's beginning amendment tonight. Wish I'd have had that information a little sooner. It would have made a difference in how I voted. But nonetheless, we've heard from maybe a dozen organizations, not quite that many, I don't think, but that shouldn't diminish the merits of some 200 other applicants that came into us. Literally 200 applicants in addition to those that we have heard from. And many of those haven't spoken here or emailed us beyond sending the application in. We've done our best to judge those things. And throughout this process, I looked to Ann and I looked to Veronica and a couple other committee members to educate me a little bit about some of the organizations that that were part of this that I'd never heard of. They aren't out in my section or my district, but it was my interest to see that we did get funding to a diverse number of organizations. And I think we've done fairly well about that. And, you know, the voices of our volunteers here tonight were impassioned. And I want you to know I, too, am a volunteer. And let me explain to you why I'm coming forward and talking about being a community volunteer. Over the last 60 hours, I volunteered probably 30 hours because of a lack of personnel that we had coming into the holidays. Marty Stallone was here tonight, and I had a little conversation with him off to the side. I spent 8 hours in 4 different emergency rooms. I should have only spent collectively less than 2 hours. His emergency room, the one in Cortland, the VA hospital in Syracuse, Upstate Medical Center. My point to this is that there's some serious problems out in our community that's causing us to go out there. I dealt with suicidal people last week, mental health issues, substance abuse issues. The Groton Police Department brought back a person of color with Narcan. Child care, youth issues factored into this, elder care issues, people that are out there not willing to come out of their homes because of the pandemic that are suffering continued problems. My point to all of this is that looking broadly at what has been funded, you're seeing money going toward child care, mental health, programs to help the youth, programs to help the elderly. It's not perfect what we've done, but I think it has been or will be transformative in many cases and does move the ball forward. I'm not for delaying this process any further. I think things probably could have been done, some things should have been funded that probably weren't, but all in all, I think this package moves things forward. I'm not going to support delaying this any further.
Thanks, Lee. Greg?
Yeah, I hate to say that I agree with Deb and Mike Ziegler. I know it's
together too.
Together too.
Can I record this?
I do. I'll use my mic. I do think to Deb, to your point, the process for how to evaluate. I mean, we watched how we determined the process to go through this. I can't imagine what the process moving forward would look like. And I hear Mike's point of we've tried to move the needle and we've tried to move some things around, and it didn't move. So at the end of the day, to Shauna's point at the last meeting, takes 8 votes. The only reason I would consider tabling to delay it is because I do think the fund balance conversation will die when this gets passed. And I would like to know what our options are. I think we owe it to the community to know what our options are. But I've made my stand there. I would like to see, you know, Enfield Food Distribution, the Kitchen Theater, Cuba International, Finger Lakes Reuse, Dryden Fiber. I'd like to see those organizations funded. I think there's opportunity to fund those organizations. I just want to know what levers we have and not just know that we don't want to spend the money. Like if there's an option, I'd like to know if it exists or not.
Deb, can you commit to Greg? It's not a marriage. Can you commit to Greg to
We'll go to prom. It's not a problem.
A conversation in budget.
Till death do we rip each other apart?
No, I mean, it's not, as far as I'm concerned, it's not personal.
Yeah,
You
no,
and
of
I
course
just
not.
view that fund balance
Totally
very differently. But honestly, if a community project comes up that we are legally able to contribute towards funding, I would be happy to consider that.
I will say it's not ideal outside of the budget process. Like we really, it really should mainstream through the budget process, which I know is not what you want to hear.
No,
but
But the budget process for 2024 is right around the corner,
Starts in
Greg.
April. Yep. So, okay. I'm going to just add quickly, I look at the members that served on the Community Recovery Fund, and I can honestly say that every one of us looked at that spreadsheet, and I will speak, I can only speak for myself, but I personally weighed the equity and diversity and inclusion amongst all of those agencies. And there were some agencies that probably would have been at the bottom, and because of that checks and balances for me, they rose to the top. And I think that that's probably the case for some of the other members because they saw value in that. And so I don't want it to be like we absolutely ignored that, because I don't think that's the case at all. I think we used MRB's numbers that guided us in the process. I think those agencies that had the values that we portrayed in that first meeting with MRB, I think the system worked exactly like it should have. And the one thing that I don't want to see is for money to stand stagnant for the next 3 weeks. I think if we could get money out of the door and people can celebrate and have a great year, let's do it. I mean, we've been talking about this for a year and a half. No offense to MRB, but we've given them a lot of money to implement this and to do a great job.
And you've been worth every penny.
But I don't want to give them any more. So with that said, are there any other comments? Okay. Let's vote on this resolution. Sorry, on postponing the amendment. It was moved by Veronica, seconded by Travis. Let's vote on the amendment to postpone.
Veronica Pillar?
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff?
No.
Mike Sigler?
No.
Travis Brooks? I'm sorry.
No.
Randy Brown?
Yes.
Amanda Champion? Deborah Dawson?
No.
Rich John?
No.
Dan Klein?
No.
Ann Corman?
Yes.
Mike Lane?
No.
Greg Mezzi?
No.
Shauna Black?
No.
We have 3 ayes, 10 noes. Motion fails.
Okay. Anyone else have any other motions they'd like to bring forth? Mike Lane?
Call the question.
Okay. Thank you.
Is this on the floor? It needs to be moved, doesn't it?
It's been on the floor the whole time.
We've been amending.
It's been so long, I forgot.
Yeah, I know.
Can we speak on the resolution then?
Okay. We're voting on the
He
resolution.
called the question, so.
Ready to vote, I can withdraw my call, but
Okay.
I want to just move ahead. We still got the rest of our agenda to go through tonight.
I know.
Yeah, okay. All right. Well, this is the first chance we really get to talk on the actual thing. So I know that sounds weird, but
Okay.
we good?
Are we ready to vote?
I'd like to say something, but
Well, he called the question. He's only going to withdraw
Call the
it.
question.
Okay.
Vote on calling.
Okay, wait
Yep.
just a second.
Roll call.
Wait just a second here.
Okay.
What are we voting on?
calling the question.
What are we voting on?
Called a question.
Veronica Pillar?
I think this is the 2-hour
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff?
No.
Mike Sigler?
No.
Travis Brooks?
No.
Randy Brown?
No.
Amanda Champion?
Yes.
Deborah Dawson?
Yes.
Rich John?
No.
Dan Klein?
No.
Ann Corman?
No.
Mike Lane?
Yes?
Greg Mezzi?
Yes, or sorry, no.
Shauna Black?
No.
We have 4 ayes, 9 noes. Motion fails.
Okay. It's 9:50. I am shutting it down at 10. So we're in a really bad place right now. Mike Sigler?
Well, I've got 10 minutes now. I'll be quicker than that. Listen, I'd love to vote for this. I know everybody's put a lot of work into it, and I agree with like 90% of it. The problem I'm having is the Second Winds project. It's basically a poison pill for me.
It's not in the resolution.
What are you talking about?
We're not, Second Winds has actually been pulled out from this resolution.
It's not in the resolution, Mike.
Was it? Because it has to go through seeker, but it doesn't.
It's not in the resolution.
Not in the resolution.
Okay, I don't understand that then. The money is being set aside, so we can't spend it. It needs to get a seeker, but if it gets the seeker, then it gets the money.
Then we're coming
then
back
we
here
vote
to
on
vote on it.
Oh, all right, then, go ahead.
Thanks for joining us, Mike.
I thought it just had to get seeker.
It's all right. I've been off today, too. We all make mistakes. It's all right. Okay. Anyone else? Randy Brown?
I'm going to vote no, not just because of second wind. I think that, you know, I respect what the committee did, and this is definitely water that's never been paddled through before for the county. But I feel that the committee didn't even understand the transformative processes that Newfield and Enfield attempted to do. So Newfield, with their project, it was a collaboration between the school, the library, and the town, which hasn't happened in 40 years, where they've actually agreed on something, and they agreed to share things. And they agreed to spend their own money, which I pushed them to do. And the county had the opportunity to really lift up the town, and their attitude is going to be the same as it's been for many decades, that they're on their own. And it will be the same for Enfield. Enfield will feel the exact same way, that they're on their own, and they're pinching pennies every day. They're the poorest district in the county. They're buying used equipment because that's all they can afford, and yet nothing got funded. I mean, the recognition of all the problems in the county didn't even think about Enfield or Newfield in my mind, so I'm voting no.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, let's do a roll call.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
No.
Amanda Champion, Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike
Yes.
Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
We have 12 ayes, 1 no. Resolution passes.
Very good, guys. And we have 7 minutes. Yeah. Dan Klein.
Quick thank yous to everyone that helped with this, that helped make this happen, which is everybody. I hope I don't miss anyone. The committee members, for sure. The clerks. We had a day where we had 140 votes in 2.5 hours. They were shaking their hands, literally shaking their hands in between. Lisa, thank you for the guidance from above. Norma, budget queen, and lots more. Joan Jerkowicz, Kate Shanks Booth, committee members. I think that covers everybody. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
And MRB.
And MRB.
And MRB, I already told them I'd be their reference.
Okay.
We have some more resolutions from the committee, don't we?
Yes, we do. So just to shall I keep going, Madam Chair?
Yes, sir, please.
So just as a reminder, anything that had a seeker of a certain level has to get a separate seeker vote. That's why these are pulled out. So I would like to move Resolution M, making a negative determination of environmental significance in relation to the resolution appropriating funds from the Community Recovery Program for Coddington Road Community Center.
Can I have a seconder? Seconded by Veronica Pillar. Any questions or comments? Okay, let's roll call vote.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion, Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
13 ayes, 0 noes.
I'd like to move Resolution N, appropriating funds from the Community Recovery Program for Coddington Road Community Center.
Moved by Dan Klein, seconded by Deborah Dawson. And
Just to say, for each of these, you have to pass the seeker and then the actual funding. So that's why they're in pairs like this.
thank you. Any questions or comments? Let's do a roll call.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown, Amanda Champion, Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
13 ayes, 0 noes.
I'd like to move Resolution O, making a negative determination of environmental significance in relation to the resolution appropriating funds from the Community Recovery Program for Ithaca Neighborhood Housing Services Incorporated for Village Grove Nursery School.
Moved by Dan, seconded by Veronica Pillar.
I think I saw Ann's hand first. It's her district. I'm wondering if you can allow her to second.
Oh, absolutely. Ann, would you like to second this?
Yes, please.
Okay, sorry, Ann.
Thanks, Dan.
Yeah, thanks for accommodating that.
Okay, any questions or comments? Okay, let's vote.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler, Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion, Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
13 ayes, 0 noes.
And then I'd like to move Resolution P, appropriating funds from the Community Recovery Program for Ithaca Neighborhood Housing Services Incorporated for Village Grove Nursery School.
Moved by Dan Klein. Can I have a seconder, please? Seconded by Deb Dawson. And any questions, comments? Okay, let's do a roll call.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion, Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
13 ayes, 0 noes.
Great. Dan, I would like to thank you for your leadership. This has been no small task, and you've been incredible. So thank you.
Thanks. Thank you very much. I think we did achieve the balance of unhappiness. So it worked.
Good job. Okay, let's move to our standing committees. Oh, sorry, was someone talking? Okay. Workforce Diversity and Inclusion Committee, Ann Corman and Veronica Pillar, members.
I can report. We met on December 7th. We discussed our 2022 goals and also went through and made some edits to identified some edits we'd like to make to the committee bylaws, and we'll be looking at that again in 2023. We also had a little bit of a workforce demographics report with more to come on that, and our next meeting is on a day that I forgot. But I'll think of it. The 25th of January, I believe. Wednesday, 3:30 p.m.
Katrina's nodding yes. Okay. Any questions for Veronica? Okay, thank you. Public Safety
Oh,
Committee.
Annie's got her hand
Madam
up.
Chair?
Oh, sorry, Annie.
Yeah, I just wanted to say really quickly that we have I don't know how else to say, but we've improved, we've increased in our diversity and our demographics from our last report. So that was, I was glad to see that. So we made some progress.
Great, thank you. Any questions for Veronica or Ann? Okay, I see none. Thank you both. Public Safety Committee, Rich John, Chair.
Thank you, Shauna. The Public Safety Committee met on December 15th last week. We had a report on a trauma training that was sponsored by Probation and Community Justice, and Veronica and I attended. It was quite powerful. We also had a good conversation about how are we tracking overdoses in our community and how we might be able to do a better job at that. But the big item of business was we passed a resolution to request the Facilities and Infrastructure Committee to look at the possible improvements to our jail, including an addition of a pod system and getting costs for that. In connection with that resolution, we included a report on functionality that our jail does not have at present that we're looking to add. It was a good discussion, and this is just the beginning of a fairly long process. One of the things we talked about there was the importance of getting community input, and we pledged to do that through trying to do some community outreach to make sure the public is aware of what we're talking about and why we'd want to do these improvements at the jail. We next meet on January 19th at 3 o'clock, and the current jail numbers are 47 with 1 board out. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. Any questions for Rich John? Okay, thank you. Health and Human Services Committee, Dan Klein, Chair.
Thanks. I have a written report that I'll send in to the clerks. We met yesterday. We had a great presentation by Reach Medical. Really, it's quite an organization, and I learned a lot myself. We also passed 2 resolutions that will come to us in January. One was penned by Legislator Randy Brown, advocating for New York State funding for free school meals. And the other would allow Tompkins County to opt into a program called the Equitable Retention Mortgage Assistance Program, which is an excellent program that we'll be hearing more about. The next meeting of our committee was scheduled for MLK Day, so we are in the process of trying to reschedule at this time. That's my report.
Thank you, Dan. Any questions for Dan Klein? Okay, thank you. Next, Facilities and Infrastructure Committee, Mike Lane, Chair.
Sure. We met on December 15th, and we had a presentation from Historic Ithaca. They wanted us to see slides and photos, particularly of a house on State Street that they had rehabbed. This is tangential to our discussion about the red house on North Tioga Street, which we will again take up at our January meeting. Well, that's enough. Randy, anything special? It's late tonight, so we'll just call that a good report.
I think that's a great report. Any questions or comments for Mike or Randy? Okay, thank you. Next is Government Operations Committee, Amanda Champion, Chair.
Thank you. We will next meet on January 5th at noon. That's it.
Okay. Planning, Development, and Environmental Quality Committee, Ann Corman's virtual, and I think she asked Greg Mezzi to do the report tonight.
We met yesterday, the 19th. We had a nice discussion with Nick from the Planning Department on short-term rental and some data that he provided. If anybody has any questions about short-term rental, I would encourage you to go back and watch that discussion. There's some really good information, and it's also in the agenda packet for that committee as well. Our next meeting will be January 23rd at 1:30 p.m. And as of right now, we have our conference center update, which was supposed to be this meeting, for scheduling reasons needed to be moved to January. So we will have an update from the folks working on the conference center here in Ithaca.
That's great. Any questions for Vice Chair Greg Mezzi, Deborah Dawson, and then Dan?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, one of the things that came out with the report, the study they did on short-term rentals, is that the number of single residential units that are consistently listed as short-term rentals is really minuscule compared to the number of housing units there are in the county, which kind of surprised me, because I thought that one of the reasons we were so concerned about this is that it was somehow eating into the number of housing units that were available for rent. So that was an interesting development.
If I'm to follow up on that, it's about less than 3%. There's 46,000 housing units in Tompkins County, as Katie had mentioned, in and around there, about ballparking and generalizing. And then there was about 1,217 or so short-term rental units. So just for perspective.
Really surprising.
Yeah. Thank you. Any other questions for, I'm sorry, Dan.
Okay, just a quick question. The conference center update, is that going to be at your committee meeting or at the legislature meeting?
It'll be at the committee meeting on January 23rd at 1:30.
Thank you.
Great. Any other questions or comments? Thank you, Greg. Next, Budget, Capital, and Personnel Committee.
I thought we already did that. Well, we met last week, and we had a really wide-ranging, unplanned conversation about many topics, and we agreed that we had discussed things that we ought to consider including in our goals for next year.
Okay. Any questions or comments for Deb Dawson? Okay. Next, we have minutes. Oh, I'm sorry. Rich John?
With the chair's permission, I would give a very brief report. The Tompkins County Industrial Development Agency met last week, and we considered several different matters, including we're continuing a discussion about fund balance that the IDA is holding and whether that should be invested in some community projects. But the big item I wanted to just bring to everybody's attention was we had a presentation from the Southworks developers. This is the Emerson building, which they closed on this month. This is a really big deal. We're talking about 1.7 million square feet of developed building when it's all built out. And this will take probably around a decade. There are going to be some tremendous opportunities to build into what TC3 is doing with its micro-credentialing program, as well as with the unions and BOCES through career pathways. You know, if we set it up right, there's also some business incubator possibilities there. There's so much possibility here if we address it the right way, and this is the time that we will set the direction. So I just wanted to let that percolate a little bit. We covered a lot of other items, but I won't go into them now, other than to say, you may have heard we approved some time ago, I think it was last spring, the Knickerbocker Bed Frame Company, an abatement for them. They are ramping up. They had projected hiring 85 workers. I believe they're at 80 right now, and they're planning to hire 20 more. So they're going by it. And these are well-paid jobs with full benefits, health, dental, vision, and no employee payment. So this is a real positive development in our county. So I just wanted to note that. Thank you.
Okay, just to check in a little bit about the time. It is 10:08, and we still have legislative privilege on the floor. So
move that we waive that.
Yeah, cancel that.
Second, unanimous.
I'll also not do a chair's report too. So Greg and Deborah.
Sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to stress, Shauna and I had met with Heather McDaniel last week, and she mentioned that project, the old Emerson building. And for the benefit of those of you who might not be aware, several years ago, we all took a tour of that with the person who owned it and was supposed to develop it at the time, and it really went nowhere. And these are new owners with real potential. Is that not the case?
It's the same developer you met with back then, but they've brought in more partners because the financing on this is remarkable. So
yeah, Heather seemed to think it would finally really move forward.
It's moving now.
Okay,
yes.
Good to hear.
Yeah.
Greg?
Yeah, the Knickerbocker facility is in my district, and just sort of out of coincidence, had the opportunity to tour it last week. It is impressive, and hopefully Rich can set something up for the rest of us to see what the IDA work is actually doing in the community. It's impressive if you see the number of contractors and the pure infrastructure that's being created, the types of jobs. It's really remarkable. It's an incredibly impressive facility, and I'm grateful that we have it in our community. And they seem like, the owners, that is, seem like really great people and really great people to have in the community as business leaders. So I think we should all figure out a way to see it as a group because it's worthy of our time.
Yes, I would just add, they gave us a short video presentation. They flew a drone through their building.
Oh, cool.
It's big. It's really big. and around the outside, but good stuff happening there.
Any other questions or comments for Rich? Okay, minutes for November 15th, 2022 and December 6th, 2022, moved by Travis Brooks, seconded by Rich John. Let's do a roll call, please.
My last one. Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Kathy Covert rocks.
Yeah.
Dan Klein.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes, Kathy.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
13 ayes, 0 noes.
Okay. Can I have a mover to adjourn, please? Moved by Travis, seconded by Veronica. All those in favor?
Call for a roll call. Not really. Not really.
Okay, we're adjourned. Thank you all. Big night tonight. I appreciate all of you.